infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious school of Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious school of Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. When we do 1 mala of mind of the Buddha of compassion, Avalokiteshvara, and we can imagine that he is in front of us. At his heart stands on a moonless mantra. From that light rays emanates and they dissolve into us and all other sentient beings. They're purifying all negativities. And endowing us with all causes for happiness. And with that in mind, we can do 1 mala of Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Then I think I'll do actual prayer a few times. And then maybe another round. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra, needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of indifference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these prayers and dedications, prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the marble realm of the Lord of Death. May all-bodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of four elements depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the kings, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of world. May all-bodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings as well they've been placed inside the mouth of the Lord of Death. May all-bodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes with the first, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And my body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the free jewels, by the power of the kings, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we can do another round, starting from the beginning. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And again, we can do one mala of the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. from Manipur. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, but like a Vajra leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Free Jewels, by the power of the King, his Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Free Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the dedication, we can again remember that this practice is especially dedicated for the pacification of the coronavirus. And hopefully that we at some point also can lower down the measurements to contain the virus. For example, here in Nalanda, we still have to do quite a lot of quarantine. And quite some people get tested positive, and they cannot come directly for teachings. And other problems in the world arising from that. And of course, let's also remember that we do this practice also for the highest benefit of all sentient beings, that they might reach full enlightenment and be freed from their sufferings. And for that purpose, we dedicate this practice for our own enlightenment, to be able to guide all sentient beings to this state. With that in mind, I would like to do some dedication prayers from Shantideva. 2 minutes. I don't have it in the description, sorry for that. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and find repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those big with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find home, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments. Whatever diseases they are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, and for as long as any beings remain. Until then may I too remain to dispel the mercies of the world. And we can shortly dedicate this practice also for the long and healthy life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Kangre rawe kawe jinkam de pentang dewa malue jume Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team Sinte Barto Tengu Tubzu Chang Jing Jam Gun Gilwe Tenzin Kyong Palwe Kunzue Du Poze Chuksum Kue Legman Tulu Pahadak Swag Duj Gunter Rabten. Okay, thank you very much. And the next person is already there, I see. Hello, Venema. Oh, yeah.
Ciao.
You're in Italy.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I hope you're too.
No,
I hope you're fine too.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. You've
Okay.
come, you from Nalanda?
Yes.
Nalanda.
I would guess you're at Institute Lama Zopa?
Istituto Lama Zopa, yes.
Wonderful, great. Okay. Thank you for leading and have a wonderful session.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Forse in questo momento non c'è forse nessuna persona che sia connessa, non lo so. Forse sono persone connesse con YouTube e non ho idea perché non vedo nessuno. Può darsi che sia sola, va bene, non c'è problema. Comunque intanto almeno una persona si dedica alla pratica di Thangtong Gyalpo. Allora questa Jimmy, vedo c'è un nome, Jimmy. Ciao Jimmy, quindi passiamo mezz'ora insieme e mi viene da raccontarvi una storia che ho trovato nel Bodhisattva Charyavatara dell'importanza della presa del rifugio. Anche se la motivazione è la guida, è la freccia che scagliamo per fare centro a un obiettivo che desideriamo raggiungere, ecco, quindi la motivazione è la cosa che ci distingue, e quindi è come inviare una lettera a qualcuno, sebbene messo l'indirizzo, ecco che questa lettera arriverà a destinazione. Nostro principale, la nostra principale motivazione è quella di generare una mente aperta e altruistica. Poi c'è la mente della completa illuminazione, quando ci rendiamo conto che noi siamo uno di tutti gli infiniti esseri e tutti desiderano le stesse cose, desiderano la felicità e non desiderano soffrire gli esseri. Ecco che questo desiderio di uscire ed emergere dalla nostra sofferenza si allarga e quindi possiamo anche appunto generare questo desiderio che gli infiniti esseri come noi siano liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle cause della sofferenza. Quindi volevo raccontare una storia rispetto al potere del rifugio. Allora noi prendiamo rifugio nel Guru, nei 3 gioielli, e c'è questa storia. C'era un sarto di nome Kunchung che si recò a trovare una donna il cui marito era andato via. Mentre era lì a casa, questi tornò e lei, spaventata al pensiero della possibile reazione, nascose il sarto in una cesta e la mise in cantina. Di notte sopraggiunsero dei ladri e, vista la cesta e convinti che contenesse una cose preziose, la portarono via. Dopo un po' il sarto dovette fare pipì E così i furfanti, che pensavano di trasportare un tesoro e non certo un uomo, si accorsero di lui e si infuriarono. Uno di loro credeva in Isvara, una divinità indiana, e disse a Kunchung: tu non ci hai avvisato che eri dentro questa pesante cesta, e così abbiamo dovuto fare molta fatica inutile. Perciò adesso ti sacrificheremo a Isvara. Il sarto sapeva che nei sacrifici umani toglievano la testa della vittima, ma non poteva fare niente. Dal profondo del cuore, però, prese rifugio nei 3 gioielli. In quel momento apparve allora Buddha nelle sembianze di Isvara e disse ai briganti: oggi non voglio l'offerta di un cadavere, ma di un corpo vivo. I ladri ubbidirono e offrirono il sarto, che ebbe così salva la vita. Questa storia si trova nei testi, questo viene dal commentario del venerabile Geshe Shettotte, il quale dice: questa storia si trova nei testi, e a me è stata raccontata da un Rinpoche, ma ce ne sono molte analoghe. Quindi ecco che avendo fiducia nei 3 gioielli e pregandoli, loro ci mostrano una via verso l'illuminazione, e questo è il significato di prendere rifugio. Adesso pensiamo davanti a noi Lama Chenrezig. La sua coscienza è una coscienza cosmica, abbraccia tutti gli esseri. Vicino a noi c'è nostra madre, a destra nostra madre, a sinistra nostra madre, a destra nostro padre, e tutti intorno a noi ci sono i nostri amici, e davanti ci sono le persone con le quali ancora abbiamo delle difficoltà o dei problemi ancora da purificare, da risolvere. Quindi sentiamo questa presenza della visualizzazione, il corpo di luce che è un corpo psichico del nostro guru, del nostro maestro, alla mente illuminata di Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, che è davanti a noi. Pensiamo che questa pratica la stiamo facendo per ciascun essere senziente, che è inseparabile da noi, dalla nostra mente, inseparabile dalla mente dei Chenrezig, del nostro maestro. Sentiamo l'unità con tutti gli esseri. Quindi tutti gli esseri, adesso leggiamo il testo, tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, rifugio nel Dharma, Buddha, Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, della dignità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono il rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, delle divinità di meditazione, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendono rifugio nel Buddha Dhamma e Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, nel Dharmakaya. Quindi immaginiamo che tutti gli infiniti esseri, noi e tutti gli infiniti esseri, ricevono la luce dal cuore del Buddha della compassione, Thangtong Gyalpo, nel proprio cuore, e tutti quanti generano una mente di fiducia e di gentilezza, di amorevole gentilezza nei propri confronti e nei confronti di tutti gli altri esseri, che siamo tutti nella stessa situazione. Vogliamo essere liberi dalla sofferenza, dalle cause della sofferenza. Vogliamo sviluppare la saggezza. Quindi siamo tutti uguali. Per il Buddha gli esseri sono tutti uguali, amici, nemici. Tutti gli esseri per il Buddha sono della stessa natura. Amici intimi, gentili. Quindi, perché nella mente del Buddha c'è l'equanimità, la mente equanime. Quindi adesso pensiamo che il Buddha viene sulla sommità della nostra testa, lo invitiamo a venire, essere seduto o in piedi in un fior di loto bianco, meraviglioso, pieno di luce. Questa luce pervade tutti i fenomeni, tutto l'universo. Pensiamo che è una luce fortissima e viene sulla sommità della nostra testa e emana raggi di luce dal cuore, e tutti questi raggi di luce pervadono gli ambienti e gli esseri senzienti, e tutto è coperto da questa natura di grande amore, compassione, saggezza, gioia. Immaginiamo che tutto il pianeta diventa un pianeta purificato. Tutte le asperità vengono dissolte. Che tutte le afflizioni vengono dissolte dalla luce della saggezza, dell'amore, della compassione. E tutti gli esseri rivelano la loro vera natura, che è una natura pura. Quindi sentiamo questa energia molto forte sulla sommità della nostra testa. E poi piano piano facciamo in modo che il Guru, il Buddha, diventa molto piccolo, come una sfera di luce, un uovo di luce, che viene penetra nelle cellule della nostra testa e scende, va al chakra del nostro capo, così piano piano illuminando il chakra della testa, poi va alla gola e poi scende qua al cuore. E quindi ci troviamo con questa potente energia nel cuore dove dimora la nostra mente, e questa natura della nostra mente, la natura del maestro, diventa inseparabile dalla nostra mente. Sentiamo questa luce molto, molto potente, molto calda, è luminosa, e questa luce pervade tutto il nostro sistema nervoso, tutto il nostro corpo. E quindi immaginiamo e cerchiamo di sentire che dal cuore questa luce poi esce dal nostro corpo come raggi di luce che escono da tutti i pori del nostro petto e vanno a toccare il cuore di tutte le persone che ci circondano, nostro padre, nostra madre, fratelli, sorelle, amici, figli, mariti, moglie, tutti i nostri parenti, e tutti vengono toccati da questa luce, e piano piano questa luce esplode e va verso tutti gli infiniti esseri. E mentre rimaniamo in questa visualizzazione, possiamo recitare Om Mani Padme Hum, il mantra dell'amore e della compassione. E pensiamo così di toccare il cuore dell'amore, della compassione, della saggezza di tutti gli esseri che sono inseparabili da noi e dal Guru. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Quindi mani peme, oh mani peme, oh mani peme, oh mani peme. Quindi questi raggi di luce li abbiamo fatti espandere e hanno toccato tutti i reami inferiori, e i reami del grande fuoco, il grande freddo, degli spiriti affamati e tutti gli animali e tutti gli esseri, no? C'è un'incredibile sofferenza, tutti i reami sono stati toccati dai raggi di luce della consapevolezza del cuore, dell'amore, della compassione e della saggezza. Tutti gli esseri sono inseparabili da noi. Ciò che ci divide da loro è la nostra incapacità di riconoscere il fatto che gli altri dipendono da noi, la visione che noi abbiamo di loro dipende dalla nostra maniera di guardare la realtà. E si dice che i nemici noi non ce l'abbiamo fuori, ma i nostri principali nemici sono la carica dei nostri difetti mentali, la banda dei nostri difetti mentali. I pirati della nostra felicità è dentro di noi. Noi i nemici non ce l'abbiamo fuori. Adesso questa consapevolezza, con questa consapevolezza noi recitiamo le parole di Thangtong Gyalpo, ricordando questo, ricordando che gli esseri senzienti sono estremamente gentili e sono stati un giorno nostra madre, tutti quanti, e la loro natura è una natura pura, non hanno una natura contaminata, momentaneamente contaminata, ma la loro vera essenza è pura. Quindi leggiamo questa affinché tutti possano riconoscere questo, leggiamo le parole di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristono le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce l'essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Ama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo ma venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che bevono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate, e possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione dei guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere dei re dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite, appena espresse. Quindi auguriamo agli infiniti esseri salute e meriti per incontrare il Dharma. Adesso facciamo la dedica. Tutta questa raccolta di dedica sorge da un'originazione interdipendente, quindi è vuota di esistere dalla sua propria parte. Io che sono vuota di esistere per mia propria natura dalla mia propria parte, possa ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che vuole esistere dalla sua propria parte, condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato dell'illuminazione io stessa e da sola. Quindi adesso facciamo la dedica lunga vita di Sua Santità. Nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità, potente Chenrezig Tenzin Gyalpo, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Lunga vita di Lama Zopa. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunate, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano tre gioielli, Salvatore me degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, per favore, vivi a lungo. Facciamo una dedica, lunga vita per Osa Rinpoche, e tutti i suoi desideri si realizzano, tutti i suoi progetti si realizzano. Possa la preziosamente dell'illuminazione che non ancora sorge e svilupparsi, quella che è già sviluppata, non diminuire mai, ma a crescerci sempre più. A causa di queste virtù possa diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha e guidare a quello stato ogni essere senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti e di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Osandrapa possa splendere per sempre. Dedichiamo perché il Dharma rimanga per sempre, fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Così come dedica a Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, possa io essere sempre oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti, secondo i loro desideri, e senza interferenze come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, la medicina e le foreste. Possa io essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita, ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente, qualunque mondo, non sia stato liberato, possa io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo, anche se ho conseguito l'illuminazione. Se il merito di queste preghiere avessero forma, non potrebbero essere contenuti nei mondi, che sono numerosi come i granelli di sabbia del Gange. Questo è quello che dice Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. L'illimitatezza del merito di desiderare di aiutare le illimitate sfere degli esseri senzienti è come l'illimitatezza di quegli esseri. Quindi generiamo gioia dentro la nostra mente, tutto quello che abbiamo fatto, anche quello che abbiamo potuto fare non ha importanza, anche quella piccola parte è molto importante e la generiamo così aumenta, la incrementiamo così aumenta e cerchiamo di essere felici di tutto quello che siamo in grado di poter fare. Grazie a tutti, grazie Jimmy, grazie Sabrina. Ah, Sabrina, ciao Sabrina, ti rivedo, bello. Allora, tutto il bene,
grazie.
tutto il meglio. Grazie Sabrina.
Grazie. Grazie.
Poltronieri.
Sì.
Grazie. Ciao, grazie. Alla prossima.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao. Prossimo incontro. Adesso non vedo nessuno dei miei amici che mi danno il cambio. Speriamo che viene qualcuno. O mani per me un.
Mani per me un.
Sì. Ma forse c'è un buco adesso, allora. Ci potrebbe essere qualcuno che doveva venire. e non lo so. Non so come mi devo comportare. Mo. Ah,
Sta arrivando.
sta arrivando. Sì. Ah, perché sono le 12. Sì, perfetto, sono le 12:01.
Sì.
Benissimo, sì, sì. Eccolo, eccolo. Sara Buddha. Sì. Forse devo uscire io, vero? E lei entra così. Cosa ne pensi?
Non lo so perché a volte si parlano anche, chi ha condotto la sessione prima parla.
Infatti volevo salutare prima di lasciare, però non lo so.
È vero, si vede solo l'immagine, non entra.
Non entra.
Mani padme hum. Mani padme hum.
E non so cosa fare. Vediamo un attimo. Si vede la ruota.
Hello.
Eccola,
Sì, sì.
è arrivata.
È arrivata, la vedi?
No, però ha detto hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Ciao Sara. Ciao Sara. Tasci de lei.
Pronto.
Ah, pronto. Pronto Sara.
Ciao. Lucia. Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, you is
Sono
here.
io.
I don't see you. Okay. I see you, Holiness Dalai
Yeah.
Lama. Good. Ciao Sara.
Yes,
Good,
yes.
good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Kiss, kiss, kiss. Ciao. Ciao Sara.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. So, hello everybody. And this is Sarah. My name's Sarah. And this is coming from Bodha in Nepal. So I'll be taking over now just for one session. I'm going to start with the motivation. Combos Barimshe, morning motivation, I should say assembled Barimshe properly. And then go to the practice. So first a little update here in Nepal. We are now at peak period for COVID infections, and 88% of these infections are the Omicron, which means around 12 is Delta. Expected to last until just beyond middle of February. So anyone who plans to come to Nepal, in a way that sounds quite promising, because it means that Losar, which is March the 3rd to the 18th, 19th, 16 days this year, should be okay. We should be okay for that. Although I do understand that there is a new variant coming, the B2 stealth virus, and I understand that's in India, that's making its way to Nepal if it's not here already, and we don't know much about that one. But here in Nepal, many people getting infected, being sick, some milder sickness this time, and but it's very common, very widespread. So many people have had it now. Majority of people have had COVID. Those who didn't get it before, for sure, have been getting it this time, including visitors from overseas coming and quickly getting infected. Okay, so that's the situation. The monasteries are closed, Kopan is closed, Rinpoche is having private time up in Kopan, but of course they're still doing many prayers, many pujas, and we have not had any deaths in the monasteries recently, or at all in terms of Kopan and the nunnery, and the deaths are very limited in Nepal, so that looks quite good. Worldwide, of course, it's a different story, and Europe and America, many people being infected and some greatly suffering. Yesterday, I went and got a booster shot for my vaccine, which is great. So we weren't allowed to do that till 6 months after we took the first shot, 2 shots. But for some reason, we all managed, the nuns, Western nuns in Kopan, we all managed to go and get a booster. And it seems that with the booster, COVID is less dangerous. So now turning the mind to those who are less fortunate, those who are afraid of getting sick, those who have residual conditions, those who have been sick and are still suffering, those who are sick right now, those who've passed away. So those who can't get vaccine, those who have been treating people who are sick for nearly 2 years now, having this COVID. So there's so many health workers who've just really given everything and had to sacrifice some of their families and so forth. And so many children who haven't been able to go to school, so many families who've been disrupted, so many economic problems, businesses that have closed down or lost lots of money and struggled with no fault of their own. So now focusing back onto this practice, I'll read the motivation. So starting with Lamrim, essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy dharmas, scriptures and realizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy gurus, I go for refuge. These gurus bless my mind to become Dhamma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles, until I achieve the state of elimination and development, Buddhahood. Please bless me just like Shununozan and Thangtong, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action. See whatever is done as pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this great and meaningful body, with freedoms and richness, is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and result are so profound, and the suffering of evil-gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear, and to therefore go for refuge from the depths of my heart to the 3 rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue according to Dhamma. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve merely the high rebirth of a devil or human, I will have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well upon the way of cycling in samsara, please bless me to follow continuously day and night the path of the 3 types of precious trainings, principal method to be liberated from samsara. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve mere liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being of the 6 types who has not been my father and mother, and thinking I must fulfill their purpose, I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana. Generate the precious thought of enlightenment by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the 6 paramitas, and so on. having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me. Please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion, to enter the quick paths of the Vajra teachings, by protecting my vows and samara at the cost of my life. May I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajra in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, the more precious and a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. I give up my body, enjoyments, and wealth, and even all virtues as 3 times, without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it is best to now give it away for sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on. Let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with the body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat-faring bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, earth and so on, like space, may I always be the means of living in many ways with innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being equaling the limitless life, may I always be the cause of their means of living in every way, till they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. Visualizing Guru Chenrezig in front, so forearm Chenrezig, very magnificent and radiant, very loving face, smiling, very pleased. So first 2 hands At the heart, holding the wish-granting jewel, symbolize all sentient beings, cherished, most. Right hand holding the crystal mala, reminding us to recite the mantra. The left holding the lotus. Two eyes, narrow, smiling complexion, and seated with the various different jeweled ornaments, silks, divine garments, and the antelope skin over the left breast. So a completely pacifying aspect. Just by remembering, mind becomes deeply peaceful and calm. And seated on the lotus and moon disc, radiating light all directions. Tip of each light beam is Chenrezig. 3 parts of the body marked with the Om, Ah, and Hum, symbolizing enlightened body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas. Aspect is Chenrezig, but the essence is our Guru. Oneness with our Guru, His Holiness, Rinpoche, whoever the Guru is. All the Gurus, oneness. Taking this aspect around us, all sentient beings, all experiencing the various different sufferings, the 6 realms, all in human form, looking with devotion and faith, seeking to be free from suffering forever and to achieve the state of full enlightenment. Now, with awareness, Guru Chenrezig is the embodiment of all objects of refuge. We repeat the special refuge prayer. All sentient beings, my mother's infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So having recited this refuge prayer, think that light rays, Guru Chenrezig, purify all negative karmas, defilements, greater sins begin this time, all the delusions, all the sufferings, causes of sufferings eliminated. Then again think that golden light rays come and they bring all the qualities of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. And think that we and all sentient beings now came under the protection of Guru Chenrezig. And we recite the mantra, visualizing all the time light rays coming, purifying and granting blessings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme 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 So I'm not sure if I just went offline or not. Anyway, I'll recite the concluding prayer. Hope that I'm still online. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility, karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'm not sure if I went offline then, or if I'm offline now, but anyway, the session is finished. So I should be handing over to Venerable Namjung.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi there.
You're not offline.
How are you? Oh no.
I'm okay.
Hang on. I'm going to go online now. Here I am.
Oh, hi.
This is me. I've actually got two prayer wheels. How are things in Sarah?
It's okay. We're in the middle of a monam right now, the Zangchen monam.
Oh my
So
gosh.
not the monam chenmo, but we're having a bit of an outbreak. And so actually Venerable Lexok is sick.
He's the last one, yeah?
Well, there's still a few others who haven't gotten sick yet, but then also, several of my classmates and, at the testing line, there's a big queue every morning. So, yeah, but they're continuing to meet and do the monam. So, yeah, just hope for the best.
Wow. Do you have free testing?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's wonderful. That's incredible. Well, we have peak COVID here.
Right. Yeah, they have. Yeah, just at the medical center here. It's at Chenrezig.
Fantastic.
And between. Well, I guess this is public online, but they actually told the monks not to go to the government testing centers, because if you go to a government testing center, they'll know how many cases, and then they might close us down. So yeah. Anyway.
But you
like
were
that.
sick, and Venerable Gyalpo was sick before, right? With the Delta.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, Venerable Gyalpo, he tested negative, but he had all the symptoms. So, whether it was a kind of false negative or whatnot, that also happens quite a lot. And another new monk here also was sick. So yeah.
Well, I have not yet tested positive, but at different times I've been a bit sick, and I'm joking now that I'm going to be the last one. Like just before they signed the armistice, World War I.
Right.
The soldier that was shot like a minute before they signed. I'm joking now that I'm going to be the last one to take a bullet for the team. But nearly pretty much everyone now has been sick, and the Omicron is 88% of all the testing, and it's totally widespread. And now the B-2 stealth is coming, the stealth bomber.
I did read about that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll hand over to you. Take care. Much love. Yeah. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I love it.
I also have 2 prayer wheels here. I know you mentioned that. So I got the mani, and then this for everyone watching is it's filled with the Long Life Sutra, the Seido.
From Mahasita, right?
Yes.
My dream is all around the house, different prayer wheels with different mantras. That's my dream if I ever become a billionaire.
Oh well.
Chuck has that all around the house.
A billion.
Chuck has that all around the house. He has different.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, I better let you go. Take care. So good.
Okay. Anyway, very good to see you. Yeah, you take care as well.
Yeah.
And see you next time. Okay. So hello and welcome to everyone. That was Venerable Sarah Thresher coming to you from Boda. My name is Tenzin Namjong, and I'm here at Chenrezig Monastic University in South India. And sorry, it's a bit dark. We actually have a power outage. So, but in any case, thank you all for coming. So we're actually, many of you have been joining these sessions now for a long time. So you will know that this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session had been advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche from the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. And so on the one hand, it's quite unfortunate. It's been, more than 2 years, just about 2 years since the coronavirus first showed up. And, we're still feeling the effects of this around the world. But on the bright side, then, so many people around the world, including many of you, have been coming together as a global community to do prayers, pray with compassion and bodhichitta for all those affected by the coronavirus pandemic. And so, every time we do something with this positive aspiration to help to free sentient beings from suffering, then it's, so tremendous, so precious, makes our lives so meaningful. And even more important than that, all of you who are students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, because Lama Zopa Rinpoche himself advised this practice, then by following the Guru's wishes, by following his holy advice, that actually becomes the most powerful practice for purification, for accumulating merit, in short, for zooming our way towards liberation and enlightenment. So with that, we should all take some great joy that we're able to, even have one more day in this world that we can follow our Guru's wishes and, try to do something for sentient beings, okay? So, okay, thank you. And I see, someone on the Zoom chat an old dear friend of mine who is, currently sick along with her mother with coronavirus. I mentioned earlier, one of the other monks here at the house, Tenzin Lexel, many of you know, is also sick. I also found out that my own brother back in the US is also sick. So, it's, we're still in the middle of it. So anyway, now at the beginning of the session, all of you know that the most important thing that's so much emphasized here in the Mahayana tradition is to set a good motivation. And though we have said, we're doing this to help quell the effects of the coronavirus pandemic, actually, we should think more broadly than that. And, when we think, okay, as we do in the four immeasurable prayers, right? May all sentient beings be free from suffering. Okay, good. But we also say, and the causes of suffering. So then when we think about the sufferings that sentient beings are experiencing, then the coronavirus or even all illnesses is just one type. But there's also the suffering, from natural disasters. We've recently seen, the volcanic eruptions. There's, very extreme wildfires going on, earthquakes, tsunamis, all these kinds of things that are still ravaging the world. And then, the suffering from war in now the Ukraine and Russia. It's a very dire situation right now. Hopefully war can be averted. And then more generally, all the mental illnesses, depression, schizophrenia, and so forth. And then when we look more deeply, at the causes of suffering, yes, there are the virus, the cancer cells and so forth. But more generally, we sentient beings who are in samsara, this uncontrolled cycle of rebirth due to our karma and delusions, as long as we're not free from our karma, our delusions, these afflictive emotions, then we're bound to experience one kind of suffering or another. And not only that, this has gone on since beginningless time, and until we're liberated, will go on also forever. So now if we really want either ourselves to be free from suffering or we want to help others be free from suffering, we have to help them be free from the causes of suffering. And the root of all of that is this ignorant mind that grasps onto a false notion of the self, the Daksin Marikpa. We have a distorted view of reality, and we believe that ourselves and other phenomena have a kind of self nature in and of themselves, where actually that is a distortion. Nothing at all has that kind of self nature. And so if we want to be free from that, we need to cultivate the antidote, which is the wisdom that realizes how things actually exist, that they're empty of inherent existence. So we need to realize, shunyata, right? Emptiness. And then we also, if we want to help others be free from suffering, we need to help them to generate that wisdom within their own mental continuum. And in order to do that in the most effective way, then we need to become fully skilled in teaching. We need to be able to, guide sentient beings in the most effective way. And therefore, we need to fully actualize our potential. And that is the attainment of enlightenment or Buddhahood. Then and only then will we have all of the skills, all of the qualities, all of the wisdom to guide sentient beings in the most effective way from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of liberation and enlightenment. And therefore, since this attainment of enlightenment is not without causes and conditions, then we're going to practice diligently to accumulate those causes and to purify our minds from the obstacles that would prevent us from achieving enlightenment. And therefore, we're going to engage in this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session here today. Okay, so try to keep that motivation very firm. And then, to further cement the fact that we are doing this for all sentient beings, whenever we do a practice, it's very good to visualize all sentient beings in the space around us. And we can think that they're doing the practice along with us, and now as we do the chanting of the mantra and so forth, they're also chanting along with us, right? And then this sets up a very auspicious dependent arising that in the future, we'll continue to be able to practice with more and more sentient beings and gradually become enlightened with all sentient beings. And then we also visualize our guru in the space in front of us in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. And we can think that our guru has come here and is in the space in front of us to help guide us, to help us purify our minds to help lead us to liberation and enlightenment. Okay, and so now I will do a screen share, I hope. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And now you can think that, again, we're the chant leader, we're leading sending beings in chanting and reciting these prayers. So we recite like this. All sending beings, my mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now here, we'll recite the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum. And before we do that, if you have received the initiation before of Avalokiteshvara or of another tantric deity of a higher class of Tantra, then you can first generate yourself as the deity. So you do that by first purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So, when we were talking about the root of samsara is this, false apprehension about how ourselves and other phenomena exist. And in particular, when we, sentient beings, because we are not, omniscient Buddhas, then everything appears to our eye consciousnesses, all of our sense consciousnesses, as being truly existent. They appear in this mistaken manner. But in actuality, no phenomena exists as they appear. And so that's why you see in the teachings these analogies that phenomena are like dreams, like illusions, like a mirage, and so forth. So now recalling that, things don't exist in this way that they appear, but actually lack inherent existence, don't exist from their own side. Think about that to the best of your ability. And then think that your very mind that realizes this ultimate nature of reality, then in order to benefit sentient beings in a more direct way, that then arises in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have the initiation, you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. Either way, then either from yourself clarified as Avalokiteshvara or the Avalokiteshvara in front, visualize at the heart a lotus and moon disk. On top of that is an upright syllable, Hri. Surrounding that is the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now, when we do the mantra recitation, think that from the mantra garland and the syllables, then countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to hit all sentient beings. And when it does so, it then purifies them of all their negative karma, all of their sickness, all of their obscurations towards liberation and enlightenment. And then by the end of our mantra recitation, then all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So we will chant together some number of times, and then we'll go to a more silent recitation so we can do it more quickly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Beme Hum, Om Mani 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 Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme. Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme. Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme. Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme. Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme. Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme, Om Mani Beme. Om Mani Beme Hum, Om Mani Beme Hum, Om Mani Beme Hum, Om Mani Beme. So now think that due to the power of having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays, that now all the sentient beings are completely free from all their sicknesses, all of their negative karma, and all of the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and think they have achieved the state of enlightenment in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, so now we'll continue with the actual prayer. So we'll recite this again and again until our session is up. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that settle the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, and so now we will switch to a more general dedication. So first, to actualize bodhicitta. So please dedicate like this, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings. May bodhicitta is generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Next, for the long life of the Soul's Dalai Lama, incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Next, for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And to seal our dedication with our understanding of emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. I'll lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I further dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like some other Vajra as well. I further dedicate all my roots of virtue, with dedication praises the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And then lastly, for the flourishing of the Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of 3 times of myself and others, may the teaching of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And now, if we could also just dedicate, so due to all the merits accumulated by ourselves and others, the 3-time merits by ourselves and others, may all those beings who have recently died and are currently in the bardo, may they be born in the pure land of the Buddha, where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, again, attain a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Dharma and Mahayana spiritual friend, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. And then also, due to all the 3-time merit accumulated by ourselves and others, then all the beings who are currently sick, whether with coronavirus or any other kind of ailment, may they instantly be freed from that sickness. And then, whatever diseases there are in this world, may they never occur again. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you, for joining. So I see Tenzin Peliang is on next.
Yes, thank you. And Tenzin Namdong.
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. Are you in France? Are you in France at Nam Gyal?
No, I'm in India. I'm in Seta.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah. Yes. So I see you. Let me guess. Are you in New York City?
Right. I'm in New York City, and actually, I think that you are friends with Venerable Donyo, who is in Connecticut now. Yeah.
Yes.
I have visited him and his mother on the farmhouse that they where they're living in Connecticut. I was with them about a month ago. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just been doing a debate course with Dunya.
Oh, yes. Right.
That was this past week. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, how was that?
Oh, good. Yeah.
He told me there were 200 people on it who had come from around the world.
Okay. Yeah. He would know better, but it was a lot of people. Yeah. I didn't know the exact number.
Fantastic. Yeah. All right. Well,
great. Well, be well.
May you have a good evening. And how are things?
Thank you very much.
How are things at the monastery in terms of COVID?
Well, you know, we're actually experiencing a little bit of a wave here now, but we're in the middle of a monam, and we're just pushing through, and we're still gathering, so it's a little bit dicey, but yeah, we try to balance the safety with you know, still maintaining the monastery schedule.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like that.
All right. Well, may everyone be well, and may you have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Great to see you. Take care.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, thanks to everyone else who tuned in.
You.
Thank you very much. See you next time. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yes. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. And thank you so much to Chenrezig Institute. And I am Tenzipa Young. I am calling in from New York City, where there is quite a lot of snow in process right now. And it looks very beautiful from indoors, but may all beings be safe. May all beings be safe. And this is also a week when, well, it was just a week ago that the great Thich Nhat Hanh passed. And yesterday in Vietnam was his cremation that was broadcast around the world, and all of the Plum Village centers in various parts of the world that are part of his students, lay and ordained, were there on the line as well. So for all beings, you know, Thich Nhat Hanh, as he continues on, and for all beings suffering from COVID, from any form of sickness, for their families, for our friends, our neighbors, may all beings be well during this time. And so now I will begin with more formal refuge and motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now we'll recite the Mani Mantra a few times. So please do at your own pace, and begin with visualization of Chenrezig above the crown of your head, or if you've had the appropriate empowerment, please dissolve into emptiness and arise as the deity. And then with your mother, your father, all beloveds surrounding you, behind you, and then all beings that we don't know well, or that we might have challenges with, are surrounding us, in front of us, all with Chenrezig on the crown of their heads, radiating infinite light, infinite bright light and nectar down into each being and all surrounding. And all of us reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme And now we will recite one of the brief Lamrim prayers that is recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche as a method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment. At the beginning of each day, when we open our eyes, until enlightenment is achieved, until death, and especially today, here's a method for transforming the mind into holy Dharma, and especially into bodhicitta. And this brief prayer, meditation on the graduated path containing all the important meanings, is given to us by George Chang Losang Jinpa. And I'll pause for a little bit after each verse for us to digest it a little bit further. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-bound transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depth of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independent upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the sixth type who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhichitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the 6 paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regards to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tampa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now we will move on to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, which here's a little bit of background from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, depending upon his performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And so we will recite this prayer 3 times. And first I'll point out that on Chenrezig's little square, there is a tanka of Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And well, first I'll take a drink of tea. Thank you. And we'll recite the prayer a second time. Prayer liberating Sakya from disease. Prayer liberating all beings from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And reciting the prayer, liberating Sakya, liberating all of us from disease. We'll recite a third time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed within the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll recite and consider another prayer that was given to us by Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. And a little bit of backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose. And the great Lord Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, vaccines, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties to the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now more for some dedication verses. First, to actualize Bodhichitta. May the precious supreme Bodhichitta not yet born arise. May that risen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And a prayer for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. Then some verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, and fire and wind, medicines and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my life. May I cherish them much more than myself. may all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samanta Vajra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Anjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now we will seal the merits of all these prayers and dedications we've done with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And I'll welcome Venerable Sarah. I see that she was circumambulating. Now she's coming indoors. Good evening, Venerable Sarah.
Good evening. Is it my time to be present with the world? Hello?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, sorry, I was a bit late. So I'm here in Rinpoche's puja room. I'm just wondering if I can. Oh yes, yeah. Can you see?
Yes, we can see very well. Beautiful.
Yeah. So Rinpoche recently offered all these beautiful statues and all the beautiful lights. And then there's every day is extensive offerings here. Yeah. So this is at the stupa, I'll show you the stupa. I think you just saw it.
Yes.
Yeah, can you see the stupa?
Oh, yeah.
Today is Saturday, so actually the day when there is the prayerathon is always Saturdays. It's the busiest day. So I sort of half jokingly say that, you know, in America, when it looks like there's going to be gun laws enacted, everyone rushes out to buy a gun. And in Bodh, when it looks like there might be a lockdown, everyone rushes to the stupa to pray. So we right now we're at peak COVID time. So people, you know, want to be at the stupa. They would come Saturday anyway, you know, to walk around the stupa and talk about lamps and do prayers, but even more so. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's very beautiful.
Okay,
thank you so much.
How are you? Are you well?
I'm well, thank you very much. There's a lot of snow here in New York City, and
I think I heard that.
Yes, so it's, you know, may everyone be safe. It's very beautiful from indoors. It's very beautiful from indoors, right?
Yeah, it's very beautiful from indoors when the heating is on.
Right, this is true.
It's more difficult when the heating is not on.
Oh,
okay.
And
Well,
here, and one more thing, I'll offer to the stupa. Here, my peace. This is called a peace plant, and it's got one flower on the top. It's a spathiphyllum, but its nickname is a peace plant. And then there's another little baby. There's another little baby flower that I can't find right now. It's just coming up. So I offer to the stupa.
Thank you very much. Stupa says thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, here's.
Thank you very much.
I'll show you another picture of the offerings at the stupa. Here's the mandala, silver mandala that he has offered, and he's just about to offer this huge butter lamp. So he only offers the best butter. This is Bhutanese, real Bhutanese butter, and this is a huge, huge butter lamp. So he only offers the best. That has all the qualities of taste and smell and everything that delights the senses. Okay, so here we go. Thank you so much, Amira. This is my second session, and the first session I did the motivation, so I'm not going to do a motivation now. Actually, I copied from Anila. She does it very beautifully. She does the motivation from Rinpoche's morning practice. Let me just put the camera here. So I'm actually at Bodh Stupa, and this is the offering room. There is one Chinese man here, student of Rinpoche's. He was a monk before, and he rented this room so that every day he can make extensive offerings to stupa. Rinpoche is very happy with the room, and Rinpoche has contributed many offerings himself, like really powerful offerings. And if you go to the text and you read the benefits that offerings are made to Bodh Stupa, it's quite unbelievable. Yeah. Okay, so combining here the power of the offerings, the power of the stupa, with the power of the practice that we are going to do. So let me just get a chair. I'll sit down. So as I was just mentioning, we are at peak COVID here, and many people are sick or have been sick, but they mainly seem to be sick and they get better. So we haven't had a tremendous number of deaths, which is the bright side of it. Okay, so I hope you all can see Chenrezig. Behind Chenrezig is the stupa. I think it might be a bit more difficult to see the stupa behind Chenrezig, but I think you get some idea of the offerings that are here. Many offerings. You can actually put this a bit closer so you can see Chenrezig. more clearly. Maybe you can see the stupa more clearly also. There we are. Okay, I think you can see the Dharma wheel that Rinpoche has offered as well. So, combining all these powerful objects together, and we do the practice. So, all sentient beings around, and then we're taking refuge. All sentient beings and mothers for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings or mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani mani me hum. Om 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 mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me hum. Om mani me Om mani me hum. mani hu. Om mani padme 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 hu. Om mani padme. 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 Sitting up like this on the stupa, then comes the Equanimity stupa, and be purified. Negative karmas, observations, sicknesses, COVID, infectious COVID, karma, illusions. In this time, we all become completely purified. Blessings for Buddhas, holy Buddhas, teaching mind. From our bodies in the form of light rays coming from the stupa and will transform. All the COVID, all the effects of COVID, and sicknesses, all the harms were eliminated, those who died, would reverse. So I want to particularly here dedicate for Rowena Maya, who was a dear mother to many of us in the Santa Fe in Mexico, passed away very auspiciously 2 days ago. A very inspiring person, always helped everyone she could help and lived her life serving her Guru, a heart filled with love and Guru until the Dhamma. Not just offering service, offering money, but also always attending the teachings whenever she could. And extremely humble, gentle. Please come back. Benefit sentient beings, taking more auspicious forms like this one that you took for all of us in this year. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Now, whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the Tetas and Guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and abuses, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, the 360 evil spirits and harm children, 424 diseases, and so forth. Whenever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karmic results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So last time, so making this auspicious prayer, this auspicious grace, fulfill the instructions of the Guru. May all the diseases of sadhana minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrified beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and spheres, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances for elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karmic results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So generate, dedicate to the mind of Bodhichitta, to immediately reborn, the minds of the sentient beings, has been born to never decline, but increase more and more. Dedicate by remembering that we, our prayers, sentient beings whom we're praying, the objects to whom we're praying, prayers themselves completely empty existence from the inside. May the merit of your crew will empty existence inside. The purpose of which you pray, for the empty existence inside. And then finally, we dedicate for the long lives, holy wishes to be fulfilled for all our Gurus. Take his son, Salama, Kyabje Rinpoche. Also, Rinpoche, Lamas. May their wishes be fulfilled with long, healthy lives. And may all the students always have perfect, pure devotion to the Gurus. May they be able to complete their holy wishes immediately. And may they all be able to actualize the stages without second. Concludes the session on Bodha Stupa. And I'm signing off. Passing over to the Robina.
hours a day, every Saturday for 2 years. I've been doing this. They monitor the whole thing. Monitor when it has sound. There we go. Okay. Can you all hear me, you people? Sweetie pies? You can hear me. Good, Carol. Good, Carol. Okay, here we are. Well, okay, good, everybody. I've got 2 computers today. 2 lots of us. Here's the usual prayerathon crowd. And over here, some of you I recognize from the... So what this prayerathon. What it is, Tonya, mute yourself, please. You're muted. Mary, dearest, can you mute yourself, sweetheart? Mary must. There we go. There you go. Well done. Okay, so now, like I said, the history of it is back in the beginning of the pandemic, they said, let's do this every Saturday. All the monks and nuns around the world leading 30-minute sessions until the pandemic ends. So, like I said, I'm plugged it into till I die, just who knows how long it'll end. When officially we say the pandemic has ended, I don't know who's going to announce it. I mean, now it has ended. We don't know. I mean, so when we finish this, I have no idea. It's going to be very interesting. So what we do is this prayer. For those of you who are not familiar, let me just read it out, okay? It's this prayer of Rinpoche found. It's well known. It's by this great yogi, and it doesn't say when, but I've got a feeling it's a while ago. I have a feeling it's a while ago. This yogi, this holy being, and I think sometimes this needs explaining because you think, well, saying a bunch of verses, how come some special person saying a bunch of verses cure a pandemic? It does sound like a bit mystical to us, doesn't it? So this person called Thangtong Gyalpo, this little series of verses is called the Vajra speech of Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo. Mahasita means great, powerful one. Siddha or siddhis is meaning power, spiritual powers, and those who have it are called siddhas. And these are the great siddhas. Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. So as Rinpoche says, I'll read the colophon to you, just for those of you in case you don't know. It's about 6 or 8 verses. So once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, all these tantric yogis, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect. And the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo performed what they call the space refuge. It's a particular prayer of refuge, recited a number of mani mantras and proclaimed this prayer, meaning this person from his own mind made up these verses, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessings, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. So I suppose just to think, just for a second, think about this for a second. We'll do the prayer in a minute. Just thinking, how is it that a person with spiritual powers, just by reciting some prayers and invoking the Buddha, how can that cure something? Well, there are main causes for things, which is the karma, the individual actions of sentient beings. And so in this case, this particular monastery, this area, the group karma, the collective karma of this group of people, due to their own past negative karma, with an experiencing sickness, okay? So the main cause of that is their past actions, but then there's external conditions that either strengthen that karma or weaken it. So in that same say, you've got a headache. That's a moment of suffering. We're going to talk about this more. It's a moment of suffering feelings. It's called a headache. That's the actual experience of suffering. The cause of it is your past negative action, 67 lives ago, whatever, ripening as this suffering pain, as this painful feeling. But external conditions can change it, can't they? And that's called going to a doctor, taking a pill. They're the external conditions. You could also make that headache worse by bashing yourself on the head. That would be an external condition that would increase the headache, isn't it? So it's the same here. The main causes of something and then the external conditions that either alleviate it or increase it. So, having a person who's highly evolved spiritually, who's in connection with the Buddhas, having them involved in something can kind of activate various positive conditions that can then be the condition that will enable the suffering to cease, which is also exactly the same as taking the pill. It can now activate your virtuous karma that causes you to be free of the painful feeling, free of the headache. So it's not a contradiction. You just have to think it through, you know. So this prayer, but you haven't got it. Did you print it out for everybody?
I sent it by mail so people can check on their devices.
I beg your pardon?
I printed it. I sent it by mail to everyone yesterday so they can have it on their devices.
Oh, I see. Okay, so if you haven't got devices, did you tell the people this? They don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you did?
About the text and what it's used.
You what?
I told them what it was used for.
You told them that you sent it to them?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. So, or you can just listen if you want. You can just listen and internalize the words. You can just listen if you want to. So, or share with somebody else, as you wish. Okay. So this person is Thangtong Gyalpo. There's a picture of him. Typical, he looks like a pretty Russell dude. Have a look. See, there he is. There he is, Mr. Thangtong Gyalpo. It doesn't say when, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a while ago. Okay. All right. So here we go. We'll start with visualizing, imagining the Buddha called Chenrezig. So this is a nice preliminary practice for those who are going to do Refuge this afternoon. It's a nice practice to prepare our minds. So we imagine in front of us in the sky, this form of the Buddha. It's in this, what they call the enjoyment body. There's two kinds of forms of the Buddha. There's the one that is the Buddha in his, the Buddha Shakyamuni, the human form we can see. That's known as the emanation body. Another form the Buddha manifests in, the Buddha mind manifests in, is a more subtle one that's only visible to the high beings, as the Arya bodhisattvas, those who've realized emptiness. The bodhisattvas who've realized emptiness can see with their subtle mind the Buddha in this form. So we're imagining this form. And this is mainly from Tantra. All these different Buddhas that are manifestation of different qualities like love, compassion, wisdom, and so on. And also some of them are manifestations of delusions, purified delusions. So Vajrayogini, for example, is a manifestation of purified attachment. Some Buddhas are manifestation of purified anger, purified jealousy. It's really all psychology, actually. They're manifestations of different qualities of mind. And by identifying with those Buddhas, by connecting with those Buddhas, we become those Buddhas ourselves, So we visualize in the sky in front of us the Buddha, the form of the Buddha as Buddha of compassion. There's a peaceful aspect, male, although sometimes you can't really tell the difference. Very radiant white light. If you're familiar, fine. If not, don't worry, just do your best. He's sitting cross-legged in full lotus position with the right leg up on top of the left thigh, and he's sitting on a multicolored lotus. And on that lotus, you imagine there's a sun disk and a moon disk, like flat cushions, and they represent wisdom and compassion. It's like a visual language, really. Everything in it has a meaning. It's not just kind of, it's got a meaning. It's a language. So he's radiantly beautiful, light, this radiant white light body. He's got 4 hands. First of all, he's dressed in this kind of, you see it it's a bodhisattva style, so kind of elegant, kind of silken clothes, You see it in the pictures. Beautiful jewelry, 5-pointed crown on his head like a tiara, hair partially held up in a top knot. And then you have, he's got 4 hands. The first 2 held in the front in the prayer mudra, holding what they call a wish-fulfilling jewel. And his right hand held aloft at the level of his ear, holding a white lotus. No, that's the left hand. I always get confused. A rosary, a crystal mala. And the left hand held aloft, holding a white lotus. Over his right shoulder, there's an antelope skin, which is said to represent his peaceful nature. Everything's made of light, radiant. Should make your mind very happy. His face is very beautiful. So if you have a spiritual teacher, a spiritual mentor, a lama, a guru, person that you have chosen, who is the Buddha for you, you imagine it's their mind manifesting as Chenrezig, Tibetan, compassionate-eyed one. In Sanskrit, it's Avalokitesvara. So you imagine it's their mind manifesting in this form for your benefit. The Lama is Chenrezig, and Chenrezig is the Lama. Everything's radiant, made of light in the sky in front. And you can't really see it properly. It's okay. Just imagine the presence of the enlightened Buddha in this form, manifesting compassion and loving kindness. So now you imagine at his brow is a white Om. So of course, if you know Sanskrit or Tibetan, otherwise just the Roman letters, Om. At his throat, a red R. Usually in Roman letters, it's AH. At his heart, in the center of his chest, a blue Hung, which represents, enlightened body, enlightened speech, enlightened mind. So the way to think is this is kind of like our visualization. It's sort of, in a sense, it's not real yet. So what we do is we're going to invite all the actual Chenrezigs. I mean, there are countless beings who've become Chenrezig, manifesting in this subtle light body, benefiting sentient beings. So they're all living in their own abodes, their own pure land. So the light goes out. We imagine light beams go out from the blue Hong at the heart of Chenrezig. It goes out to all the 10 directions. They always talk like that. North, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and as well as top and bottom, up and down. That's 10. So light goes out to hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs in their pure lands throughout the universe. The countless Chenrezig hooks the energy of these Buddhas. This is called inviting the wisdom beings. And all the energy, the body, speech, and mind, enlightened energy of all these Buddhas comes back with this light and absorbs back into the heart of our visualization. And he becomes even more radiant, more marvelous. He's now the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. Zahung Bam Ho. They become non-dual. So now we visualize all the sentient beings. And a good way to visualize them is in terms of the enemies being enemies, friends, and strangers. Friends, enemies, strangers, the objects of our attachment, the objects of our aversion, the objects of our indifference. Or our beloveds, the ones who do what our attachment wants. The enemies, the ones who actively don't do what we want. And the strangers, which is 99.99% of the universe, are those who do neither. So we adore the friends, we don't like the enemies, and we couldn't care less about the strangers. This is the universe, isn't it? So we visualize right in front of us our objects of our aversion. We mightn't use the word enemy, but it's a good label. It's for those for whom we have aversion, whom we don't like, who've upset us, who've hurt us. Sometimes it can be very strongly hurt us. We've all got somebody right in front, your so-called enemies, right in front of you. And we're going to see them all in the form of humans, with all these realms of existence. We see them all in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. Then to the left in front of you, your beloveds, the objects of your attachment. And then to the right and in front, as far as the horizon goes, and above, to the left, to the right, behind and below, the whole universe, full of all the third, which is the objects of indifference, which are the strangers, those who have neither harmed nor helped us, and therefore about whom we couldn't care less. It's just the way the world is, isn't it? Friends, enemies, and strangers. The objects of the three poisons. All sentient beings. Imagine the whole of space full. So now we imagine they all equally. Okay, this is the equanimity one. The equanimity is a heartfelt recognition, and we must do the analysis to get there, but a heartfelt recognition that all the friends, all the enemies, and all the strangers, which is all sentient beings, there's no fourth category, are equal to each other from one point of view. They're equal to each other in wanting only to be happy and wanting only to not suffer. This is what we're trying to prove here. When you've proved this, it's super powerful. They are definitely equal. This is equanimity. Equanimity isn't just vaguely seeing everybody as the same. That's too weak. It's very precise. They're equal from the point of view of wanting happiness and not want suffering. They're not equal from the point of view of beauty, ugliness, whether they've harmed you or helped you. They're not, but that's not the point here. They're equal from their point of view, that they wish to be happy and not suffer. This is something we need to prove logically to ourselves. And why? This is the starting point of accomplishing compassion, therefore eventually bodhicitta. Because right now we only have compassion for the first category, for the friends, don't we? But we're trying to change that because the logic is wrong. As Lama Zopa says, it's unstable. The so-called logic of ego is that I adore my beloveds because they do what my attachment wants. I don't adore the ones who harm me because they do what I don't want. So this is the logic that ego uses, which is no logic at all. So in this equanimity, we're getting ourselves out of the equation. We're seeing these three people separately from me, from their point of view. We're seeing them from their point of view. The person who has indeed helped me, the person who has indeed harmed me, that's not being argued with. And the person who has done neither. But normally they're the basis for our wanting them to be happy or not. Here we're shifting the basis. Because wanting someone to be happy is a definition of love. Wanting someone to not suffer is the definition of compassion. And this is the starting point in our practice of developing love and compassion for every single sentient being without exception. That's why equanimity is the foundation practice upon which you build love and compassion for all. It's the logic of it, not just some emotional thing. So we visualize all of these friends, enemies, and strangers. And then we can recite the prayer. You can contemplate the prayer. I think say it usually because we're doing it on Zoom, we do it silently. So I think I can just say it and you can read it with me, or you can just listen to it. It's up to you. But I think read it with me silently might be best because of the volume. I've got a feeling. No, we can say it together because we're in the room together. It's okay. It works better. And the people on Zoom can just also say it to themselves because they're in their own room. All right. So first, though, we take refuge. The first prayer. You see it there. Motivation. We do together if you want to, or just listen, up to you. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. I like, instead of saying go for refuge, it has the same meaning, but it has more meaning, I think. Say, we rely upon, because that's what refuge means. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and I add the male ones here. There's dakinis, are these cute female practitioners, and so I'm going to bring in the boys as well. So they're called dakas. Dakas and D-A-K-A. Dakas and dakinis. They're male goddesses. I'm joking about it, but they're, instead of saying, they're like male goddesses. They're cute. They make people blissful. It's from Tantra. So we rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams. Yidam is a name for your own personal meditation, the one you feel connected to, the one you've chosen or your Lama has told you is your main practice, your main Buddha. That's your Yidam. And the Dakas and Dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the word in Sanskrit for enlightened mind, the mind that pervades the universe, that is omniscient and wise and compassionate, which is our potential. So now we can, I forgot to do the visualization, but now we imagine from the brow, from the white brow, Om at Chenrezig's brow, he sends radiant white beams of light. Imagine this, like laser beams, entering into every being's brow, instantly filling every one of us. But in particular, we think of all the people with COVID, you know, who've got the suffering or experienced some results of it, of suffering in relation to the pandemic. We visualize them and everybody else with their suffering as well. We visualize these powerful laser beams fill us completely, totally purifying the sickness, alleviating the pain and suffering of every single sentient being from the physical suffering. But not only that, this also purifies all the trillions of karmic seeds in everybody's mind from countless actions of harming others in the past that haven't yet ripened as suffering. We've got to purify those. To this radiant beams of light, we imagine totally purifying all the present sickness and all the past causes, and get putting atomic bombs under them before they ripen as future suffering. And as we do this, strongly wanting this, we say the mantra together. We sing a few times and then say silently, strongly visualizing this nectar, this light filling everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om, and continuing to visualize, we say silently, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Really wanting this. Imagine all these beings full of this white light, totally purifying their sickness and the past causes of the sickness that hasn't yet ripened. And we continue to see the visualize Lama Chenrezig sending this white light as we now recite these verses. You'll see it's obviously based on Tibetan medical system, all the different names of diseases and the certain external conditions, like certain kinds of beings. There's many kinds of spirits and other beings that, from this perspective, that trigger suffering, in other words, there are beings in other realms who also cause suffering. We know humans cause harm to us. We know animals harm us. We know other beings as well. This is how they talk. So these different names of beings are mentioned. We'll now say the verses a few times. Continue to visualize this white light, strongly wanting all sentient beings to be free of suffering and its causes, basically, from the body, the white light for the body. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the mind from in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. I always say this here, but remember, if we have this, we do, but we take it for granted. It's only when we notice we've got sickness that we're overwhelmed by it and notice the body's not working. But when our body's working and we don't have sickness, we take it for granted, don't we? This is totally wrong, The sickness is the fruit of negativity, but the happy body, the healthy body, well-being, as it says, body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. If we've got this, do not take it for granted. This is a fruit of unbelievable virtuous karma, non-killing, virtuous actions, non-harming, non-stealing. This is the cause. It's not just, aren't I lucky? We take it for granted. We only notice karma when it's negative. But every second we experience anything, it's the fruit of some action. So when it's happy feelings, it's a fruit of virtue. When it's unhappy, suffering feelings, it's a fruit of non-virtue. Like the weeds and the flowers in the garden are both the result of the same thing, both result of causes. So don't take it for granted. And so what do you do with it? The action point is don't waste it. We've created all this virtue. We have good conditions, so use them, at least to create more than that, and then to help benefit sentient beings. That's the point. And it becomes very powerful. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we continue to visualize. So this time, let's do the other chakras. Let's now visualize purifying speech. So from Lama Chenrezig's throat, from the red R, he sends radiant beams of laser light, red beams of laser light that enter our throats, every one of us, in the front, behind, above, below, in the whole universe, penetrating so strongly and filling us completely. And this time, purifying all the suffering results of past negative speech. So, of course, mainly created as humans, but all beings have been humans, so they've got the karma. So, for example, environmental results, all actions have all the four types of results. So, for example, harsh speech, one of the karmic results environmentally is, nothing can grow. It's like a desert. The environmental result of the experience similar to the cause, say, of past lying, is that no one believes you. So we know these experiences, we have these. So imagine all of these experiences purified and purifying all the seeds from the past when we were human of harsh speech, lying, bad-mouthing behind backs, and just rabbiting on about nothing. These four main negative speeches, all the karmic seeds we've got in our minds from these actions, totally eradicated by this radiant red light filling every one of us, plus the karmic results that are there now, purifying those strongly from our hearts, wanting this, as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme wanting this, strongly visualizing all this red light filling every being, totally purifying us of our suffering results of negative speech and the past karmic actions of negative speech before they ripen as suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this red light. Imagine all the results of negative speech purified, environmental experiences similar to the cause. People believe your words now. People don't speak harshly to you. People don't think you're speaking harshly. All these results. Every action we do has results. So all the purified of the suffering results of speech and all the past actions of speech that haven't yet ripened, purified. Be so happy. All sentient beings, full of this blissful red light. And now we imagine, coming from Lama Chenrezig's heart, the center of his chest, from the blue hung, radiant laser beams of blue light, blue like the sky, that penetrate our hearts, every one of us, in front, behind, below, above, to the sides, filling us completely. This time, purifying the delusions, which are the source of all the problems. The ego grasping, that believes in the intrinsic me, the attachment to get what the fantasy me wants, the panic attack of aversion when it doesn't get what it wants, and all the other dramas that are rooted in these three. You know, the arrogance, the pride, the low self-esteem, the jealousy, all these things we are so familiar with. And all the mistaken conceptions about reality, the mistaken views about cause and effect, all of these different misconceptions in our mind that the Buddha would say are the source of our suffering. All of these gone, annihilated, full of this radiant blue light. Be so delighted for everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Blue light filling everybody, purifying our delusions, purifying our suffering, purifying our fears. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this radiant blue light, free of the delusions, achieve liberation. Imagine that, how amazing. Free of the delusions, purified body, purified speech, and purified mind. It's so delighted for all sentient beings. So a couple more times we can say the verses. Again, purifying the body, the white light coming. Imagine that. Imagine that. We say the verses a few times from our hearts. And you see, prayer is often this may, the aspirations, may this, may that. And that's intention. I want this, I want that, may this. That's intention. That's the meaning of the first step in karma, you know, from the mind. As Lama Zopa says, everything exists on the tip of the wish. Intention. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. And that way you do not want to die like that, okay? Unless you're a bodhisattva, you can't guarantee your mind's not going to be upset and angry, isn't it? So you're going to drop dead right then. This is not the cool way to die, I promise. Like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. You don't want that. So may all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Of course, there's no such person, but they're very creative. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Then we can help people. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize all three lights together. So we kind of imagine everybody's become liberated. This is achieving the wisdom wing, if you like. We've accomplished the liberation from suffering and its causes. We've achieved our own nirvana, but we can do more. So now we can become a Buddha by adding bodhicitta to the mix. So here you visualize Lama Chenrezig sending all the three lights together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart. And what this does, it kind of purifies even the subtlest imprints. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's like a second rinse. You've washed the clothes, now you get even the smell of it out. They have an analogy, you remove the garlic from the jar, but now you remove even the smell. So you remove you removed all the gross delusions and you can't come back, you're finished, you're liberated, but you can do more. By adding bodhicitta, you now become enlightened, omniscient, with 1 billion times more compassion, 1 billion times more power. So this three, we imagine receiving all this, every being becoming an actual Buddha. Imagine this, wanting this, be delighted. The three lights together, white, red, blue, wanting this, all becoming omniscient, all becoming Chenrezig. Imagine. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. All now enlightened. Imagine they're all enlightened. Imagine alternative Chenrezig. How incredible. And then you visualize now the Lama Chenrezig's multicolored lotus dissolves up into his body, and the white and red moon, the moon disk and sun disk dissolve into his body. And then Lama Chenrezig, very happily, wanting to be oneness with our body, speech, and mind, he comes to sit above our crowns, the crown of every being in the universe. Imagine. And he very happily dissolves into white light, absorbs through our crown, fills our entire being, every sentient being. Body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, the body, speech, and mind of our Lama, and our body, speech, and mind become one. As Lama Yeshe says, union, oneness. Now imagine all these Chenrezigs from all the 10 directions, all absorb into us. Each one of us, can you imagine, from all the directions, all absorb. All these amazing Chenrezigs absorb into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our own Chenrezig nature. Imagine. And now, just in a couple of minutes, we imagine expanding to fill the universe. You imagine yourself expanding to fill the universe. No thoughts, radiant, blissful, clear, infinite wisdom, infinite compassion, big as the universe. No thoughts, no thoughts. Vast, clear, blissful. And now relax. That's it. All you darling people, we'll use Saturday Chenrezig people. Thank you so much. We just delight. We think of this whole hour we've done, all these amazing seeds we've planted. We visualize, we imagine that we dedicate all these seeds and that they do ripen as our Chenrezig, exactly as we visualize, so we can be a benefit to others exactly as we imagined. No matter how long it takes, doesn't matter. Be so delighted with this. And may Bodhichitta grow and grow in the hearts of all. And may all our holy beings live long, all the holy beings practicing virtue on this planet, all our lamas, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, all our own teachers, and even ourselves. If we're practicing virtue, we need to live long. The world needs it badly. Want this, imagine this. And never give up, never give up, never give up. Okay, darlings, you Saturday mob, I'm leaving you now. Thank you, David. Who's that? Ciliana, darling, in Italy. Your turn, is it?
Hello, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, you take over. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, precious ones. Much love. Bye.
Who's talking here now?
The world needs it badly. Want this, imagine this.
Ah.
And never give up, never give up, never give up. Okay, darlings.
Ciao.
You Saturday mob, I'm leaving you now.
Yeah, okay. See you. Ciao. Again, thank you to the people at Chenrezig Institute that are supporting us with so much enthusiasm actually in this 80th week now. And so now we're going to do the session in Italian. So you're welcome to attend this session, or as you like, you can, as you like. It's, okay. Thank you very much for attending this marathon. That is very, very powerful. Thank you, thank you. Allora, grazie tantissimo al Chenrezig Institute che ci dà la possibilità di fare questa maratona già da 80 settimane. Oggi è l'80ª volta che ci riuniamo qua a fare questa pratica di Chenrezig, che è stata richiesta dalla Lama Zopa Rinpoche, è stata consigliata dalla Lama Zopa Rinpoche da fare proprio per pacificare tutte quante le impronte mentali negative che abbiamo accumulato nel passato e che ci fanno sperimentare adesso questa situazione veramente difficile nel mondo. Però se pensiamo bene, tutto quello che noi stiamo sperimentando, tutto quello che si sperimenta nella nostra vita è perché noi abbiamo creato le cause per sperimentarlo e non qualcun altro, ma esattamente noi. Quindi è chiaro che a seconda del tipo di esperienza che abbiamo, ognuno di noi ha creato le cause per vivere questo ambiente, questa situazione. Però poi all'interno di questo ambiente ci sono persone che soffrono più o meno. Noi siamo fortunati, molto molto fortunati, perché per quante difficoltà noi abbiamo, però abbiamo come un modo di affrontare le situazioni nel cercare di cambiare la nostra mente, il nostro atteggiamento mentale nel vivere questa situazione in modo tale da avere una mente serena nell'affrontare le difficoltà. Non è che le difficoltà diminuiscono, non ci siano più le difficoltà, però avere una mente serena per affrontarle di sicuro è un qualche cosa che aiuta e che ci dà la forza per andare avanti. Ok? Quindi ora ci mettiamo seduti nella posizione corretta di meditazione. Particolarmente la cosa importante è che il nostro corpo sia comodo, rilassato nella posizione in cui siamo, teniamo la spina dorsale dritta. E se siamo seduti su una sedia cerchiamo di tenere i piedi appoggiati per terra, magari paralleli e non con le gambe accavallate. Lasciamo andare tutte quante le situazioni che incrociano, non sono che incrociano le braccia, niente, completamente rilassati. Lasciamo andare le tensioni che abbiamo dai muscoli del volto, dai muscoli del collo, delle braccia e così via fino ai piedi. Lasciamo andare le tensioni, lasciamo andare i pensieri e piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. abbiamo la possibilità di portare la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. In quanto siamo esseri umani, possediamo questa intelligenza discriminativa e una capacità di dirigere la mente sull'oggetto che vogliamo. Abbiamo anche la capacità di riconoscere quando ci distraiamo. E questo corpo umano che abbiamo adesso è il risultato di molte cause e condizioni. E particolarmente anche la nostra sopravvivenza, il fatto che siamo vivi adesso, e grazie al sostegno, al supporto, l'aiuto che abbiamo avuto da innumerevoli altri esseri viventi, e grazie anche all'esistenza degli altri, anche alla vita degli altri esseri viventi che oggi siamo qui vivi, abbiamo la possibilità di usare tantissimi oggetti. Tutto quello che noi usiamo deriva dagli altri, dal lavoro degli altri, dallo sforzo degli altri. Non c'è una cosa che noi abbiamo che non derivi dal lavoro e dallo sforzo, dall'impegno di altri esseri viventi. Possiamo immaginare questo in un modo vasto, vastissimo, semplicemente anche pensando agli oggetti che abbiamo nella stanza in cui siamo. Quanti esseri viventi sono stati coinvolti affinché noi potessimo usare tutti questi oggetti. Quindi quello che noi sperimentiamo attimo dopo attimo è che riceviamo dagli altri, direttamente o indirettamente, un'infinita gentilezza in sostegno della nostra esistenza. E quello che noi riceviamo dagli altri è molto meno di quello che noi diamo agli altri. Quasi come se il nostro corpo non appartenesse nemmeno a noi, ma appartiene agli altri, dal momento che per la sopravvivenza ha bisogno degli altri. E cerchiamo di generare una forte motivazione di infinita compassione e amorevole gentilezza verso gli altri, con la forte determinazione di utilizzare questa esistenza in accordo alle sue più alte potenzialità. E particolarmente generiamo l'intenzione di essere sempre compiaciuti di quello che abbiamo, riconoscere che quello che sperimentiamo è il risultato di azioni positive che noi abbiamo compiuto e che le esperienze negative sono il risultato delle emozioni distruttive che noi abbiamo, che abbiamo generato. Quindi generiamo la forte intenzione di non volerci più coinvolgere assolutamente con le emozioni distruttive, particolarmente l'arroganza, il rancore, la gelosia, l'invidia, l'attaccamento e l'ignoranza. L'ignoranza che si afferra ai fenomeni come veramente esistenti, come se fosse esistente a loro parte, sopravvalutandoli o sottovalutandoli e credendo veramente che sono assolutamente belli, assolutamente brutti, e quindi generando fortissima attrazione e fortissima avversione. E questi diventano la causa per sperimentare ancora sofferenza in futuro. Quindi generiamo veramente l'intenzione di non volerci più coinvolgere con queste attitudini mentali, riconoscendo la loro distruttività e pensiamo immediatamente, appena osserviamo queste emozioni distruttive, pensiamo che sono come avventizie nel nostro continuo mentale. La natura fondamentale della nostra mente è chiara, luminosa, ha la capacità di apprendere e di percepire i fenomeni. Quindi, quando sentiamo delle emozioni distruttive, cerchiamo di dissolverle nella natura chiara della mente. E particolarmente per fare questo, immaginiamo il nostro guru, Sua Santità Dalai Lama, o Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Buddha Sakyamuni, Chenrezig. Immediatamente, appena pensiamo a questi esseri che esprimono la gentilezza nel comportamento, ma sono anche lo specchio delle nostre qualità. Quando siamo in loro presenza, sentiamo queste qualità e sono le qualità che abbiamo dentro di noi. Quindi cerchiamo di dissolvere tutte quante le emozioni distruttive in questa gentilezza, in questa compassione. E dal profondo del cuore, l'intenzione di non volersi più coinvolgere con le emozioni distruttive e con la fiducia che possiamo effettivamente realizzare questo stato. Dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Immaginiamo che dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig o da Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Sua Santità Dalai Lama, infiniti raggi di luce vengono e toccano il nostro cuore, riempendo completamente il nostro corpo, eliminando tutte quante le oscurazioni, tutti quanti gli ostacoli. Il nostro corpo viene completamente illuminato e quando espiriamo mandiamo questa energia positiva intorno a tutto l'universo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora mentre recitiamo il mantra, immaginiamo che tutte quante le impronte mentali negative di gelosia, invidia, avarizia, ignoranza, arroganza, orgoglio, attaccamento, bramosia, vengono completamente dissolte e così purifichiamo le impronte mentali negative del rinascere negli inferni, del rinascere come spiriti famelici, di rinascere come animali, di rinascere ancora come esseri umani sotto il controllo del karma e delle affezioni mentali, di rinascere come deva o semideva. Quindi creiamo proprio le cause per dare un taglio completamente al samsara, all'esistenza ciclica. L'esistenza ciclica è appunto il rinascere in un modo incontrollato, spinto dalle affezioni mentali del karma. E creiamo così le impronte, recitando il mantra, per poter sviluppare le 6 perfezioni della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza, dell'entusiasmo, della concentrazione e della saggezza. Mentre recitiamo il mantra, visualizziamo appunto la luce che entra e pulisce completamente tutte quante le nostre negatività. O mani padme hum. O mani padme hum. O mani mani pemeo, oh 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 mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, 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 mani. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, 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 mani pemeo. Oh mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo, mani pemeo. Ora recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Immaginiamo appunto i continui raggi di luce della Chenrezig vengono e riempiono completamente il nostro corpo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, difendete da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che opprimono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, dei poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza della infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute e croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono il loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze annose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo che pacifica il pericolo delle armi, che in particolare in questo periodo stiamo sperimentando veramente tantissima violenza, in separazioni, divisioni e così via, per cui preghiamo che tutte queste violenze, queste discriminazioni, queste separazioni che ci sono vengano completamente pacificate, che ci sia pace e armonia nel cuore di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Oh mani per mio, mani per mio, mani per mio, mani per mio, mani per mio. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso, Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e aggrivirato, Tara completamente pure e così via. E so sentire i vostri santi nomi, liberi anche a tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi, nel prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa e conflitti e lotte causate all'esposizione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare la felicità e buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possono rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano purificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù, fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, finché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, per la compassione del Guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, di rari sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica, di dedicare l'energia positiva che abbiamo così accumulato. È importante dedicare l'energia positiva che si è accumulata al fine di poter realizzare quello che ci si è prefissi. È veramente molto importante affinché questa energia positiva che abbiamo così accumulata non venga dispersa, ma veramente porti come risultato l'obiettivo che ci siamo prefissi, in particolare di non disperdere proprio per niente, e fare in modo che questa energia positiva aumenti sempre di più, e che questa energia positiva aumenti sempre di più, e noi possiamo ottenere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile. Possa la preziosa suprema Bodhichitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa, effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutuamente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmiratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi dedichiamo, sigilliamo meriti con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e futuro accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, e completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. E poi dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Gello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostenere di tutto, sostieni e preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tuoi supremi, Salvatore mio, degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti della vostra partecipazione. La prossima sessione in italiano è alle 5:30 e poi di nuovo alle 7. Oh, hello John, how are you?
I'm good.
Grazie.
Come stai?
Io sto bene. Tu?
Io benissimo, benissimo.
Fantastico.
Hai sentito che è morto Giorgino?
Ho visto il suo nome sull'elenco delle preghiere FPMT. Ha avuto cancro per tanto tempo?
No, no, ha avuto, praticamente gliel'hanno trovato, cos'era, tipo agosto, ma poi ha fatto un po' la chemioterapia e poi è peggiorato nell'ultimo periodo, l'ultimo mese che non si alzava più, quindi è fatto molto presto, però è morto sereno.
Sì?
È morto sereno, sì, non ha avuto troppo dolore, quindi è andato abbastanza bene, è andato bene, per lui è andata bene perché non ha sofferto troppo, capito? Quindi ci dispiace molto, però è la nostra fine. Rinpoche ci ha detto come messaggio, è un messaggio per voi, che anche il nostro tempo sta arrivando. Ricordatevelo.
Okay. È da ricordare, di non dimenticare.
Ma Rinpoche sta bene?
Rinpoche sembra che sta molto bene. L'ho visto un paio di giorni fa. Abbiamo fatto il giorno dei Vajra con la sera con lui. Non avevo visto per quasi un mese e l'ho visto molto molto bene. Veramente rilassato, rideva, faceva tutti questi suoni quando cantava e poi rideva. Un po' come Dagri Rinpoche quando prende di ridere.
Sì. Beh, il giorno di Vajra Yogini è giorno molto speciale. Anche noi abbiamo fatto l'autoiniziazione con Paula online via Zoom.
Sì.
È stato molto bello.
Ho sentito, sì. Sì, noi abbiamo fatto questo allo stesso momento con Rinpoche, così non...
Anch'io l'avrei fatto volentieri. Ok, vi lascio. Grazie, John. Ciao, stammi bene. Bye bye. Ciao.
Great. Okay, let's begin the next session. My name is Joan. I'm based in Kopan Monastery in Nepal. And here we have coming sort of, I think, to the end of another outbreak at Kopan, but probably not coming to the end yet in Nepal, where just like every other country, we're seeing a lot of cases of COVID right now. So let's begin by putting ourselves into good motivation for doing this practice. And of course, the best motivation is bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment. But let's start with just generating generating compassion, the wish for ourselves and other sentient beings to be free from suffering. So in particular, in this moment, we're thinking about all the suffering caused by the virus, the coronavirus, the pandemic. But of course, there's still many other forms of suffering happening in our human world and in all the other various realms of existence. So we can also include others in our prayers, but we'll focus mainly on the suffering caused by the pandemic. So we can begin by generating compassion for ourselves by just thinking quickly back on some of the suffering we've experienced in the last 2 years and the current situation we're in right now, the challenges that we're facing. And we use this not to fall into a state of self-pity, but to generate a form of courageous compassion, wishing ourselves to be free from this suffering and determined to do what it takes to get ourselves out of this suffering. So just reflect for a moment on the particular suffering you have in this moment, whether it's feeling ill, whether it's the grief of having lost somebody or seeing somebody else suffer from this illness, or the various sufferings that come from the restrictions, the lockdowns, the worry, the fear, getting this illness, of having friends and family get this illness, of this pandemic never ending, which sometimes feels that way. So we just reflect for a moment on our own particular sufferings and generate compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from this suffering and free from all sufferings. Then we can expand open our hearts, expand our hearts to include more people, thinking first of all of the people we're close to, the people in our family, our friends. And here again, we reflect on the suffering they're experiencing. You can think of different people and the challenges they're facing. Just quickly going through your family and friends, and as you think of each one of them, opening your heart to them and wishing them to be free from this suffering. and from all sufferings. And then we can open our hearts even more, thinking that just like we ourselves, just like our family and friends, there are people suffering from this pandemic in our neighborhood, in our community, in the town or village or city where we live. And we keep expanding our thoughts, thinking that there are people just like us suffering from the pandemic in our country, in our continent, and around the world. And again, we think of the physical suffering that this illness is causing. People are suffering from anything from feeling slightly ill to being seriously ill, being in ICUs, being intubated. And then there's, of course, all the other forms of suffering, the mental suffering of the grief of losing a loved one or of watching a loved one suffer. And then all the other pains and suffering that come from this illness of loneliness, of feeling hopeless or depressed or anxious or worried, feeling bored, stuck at home, not able to go out, see friends, meet family. And then we can include also all the people who are angry at this moment. As we hear the news, we can get an idea of how much anger is coming out of so many places in the world due to in some places the vaccine mandates, in some places the restrictions due to COVID. So we see people who are against the vaccine becoming angry at their governments and at other people. And we see the people who are vaccinated getting angry at the people who aren't vaccinated. So we include all of them in our compassion, wishing all of them to be free from their suffering, wishing them to have happiness, wishing them to find a solution to their problems. So we generate a very strong wish for this pandemic to come to an end and for all sentient beings to be free, not only from this suffering, but from all the various forms of suffering that are being experienced right now in this world and all the various other worlds. So coming from this place of strong compassion, let's generate a good motivation by reciting these words of refuge, taking refuge in the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, Sangha, relying on the three jewels and our precious holy gurus to guide us, to inspire us, to show us the way to generate this compassion and bodhicitta, and also to become a fully enlightened being for the benefit of all beings. So recite this prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, excuse me, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite life space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we can, before reciting the mantra, we can visualize either ourselves as Chenrezig if we've received the appropriate empowerment, or visualize Chenrezig in front of ourselves or above the crown of our head. And we think that Chenrezig is the embodiment of the compassion of all the Buddhas of the 3 times in the 10 directions. And we visualize that this light comes forth from, this compassion comes forth from Chenrezig in the form of light and nectar. And on the tip of every ray of light is another Chenrezig, and these Chenrezigs come to the crown of the heads of all these sentient beings we've been thinking about, who we can visualize seated in front of ourselves, facing us, putting our family and friends in the first rows, and then around and behind them all the other sentient beings who are suffering from, in particular, COVID, but we can include other people that we know with other forms of suffering, as well as other forms of beings. And as we recite the mantra, we can visualize the rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig's holy body and fill the person below them and wash away not only their suffering, but also the causes of their suffering, all the karma and the negative states of mind, the delusions that lead to negative actions that lead to suffering. We imagine that these people all become completely pure, free from all their suffering, mental and physical. So recite this mantra for a few moments. You can chant it or slowly, recite it quickly, whatever works for you. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So we can think for a moment that all the people and all the sentient beings that we visualized have all been completely freed from all their suffering. They'll experience great happiness. Then we can visualize that the Chenrezig above the crown of each of their heads absorbs into light. And that light dissolves down into each one of them. And each one of them transforms into Chenrezig. Each one of them becomes the Buddha of compassion, having fully accomplished all the stages of the path to enlightenment, purified their minds, achieved all the qualities, removed all the obscurations. Now they're in experience of everlasting happiness, free from suffering forever. We can imagine for a moment how wonderful that would be. Every single sentient being were free forever from suffering. And not only that, had also achieved the fully perfect state of an enlightened being. And then we come back to reality. There's still numberless sentient beings in each realm experiencing suffering. And the pandemic is still happening, and sentient beings, and particular human beings, are suffering because of it. So then we can recite this prayer composed by Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo, coming from his Bodhichitta, his wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, his great compassion, wishing all sentient beings to be free from suffering. And because of this prayer had great power, enough power to put an end to an epidemic. So we too recite these words, wishing that this pandemic come to an end. Come to an end right now, immediately, this very moment, and that this illness never return again to torture and torment sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Recite it again generating strong compassion, wishing this suffering to end, wishing all suffering to end. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think very strongly, may all these diseases and all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May this disease be completely eliminated, never to return again. So then we can conclude with some verses of dedication. In particular, here we dedicate for the generation of bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness in the hearts of each and every single sentient being. So we begin by wishing that it may be generated in our own minds. These two states of mind, these two bodhicittas, the conventional ultimate bodhicittas, may be generated in our own mind. They may be generated in the minds of all the people in our family, and all our friends, and all those who are sick, and all those who have died, especially from COVID. And in particular, in this one, we also dedicate for bodhicitta to be generated in the hearts of all of the leaders of the various countries in this world, that there may be an end to this pandemic by people working together for the benefit of their populations, that there may not be any war, in particular between Russia and Ukraine, that all these leaders dedicate themselves really to working for the benefit of all the people in their country. And we dedicate for bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness to be born in the hearts of every single sentient being. May that which has been generated never decline, but increase more and more. Then we recite this verse for the sick. This too was composed by a great Bodhisattva, Shantideva. So it too is blessed by the power of his bodhicitta. So these words also have great power. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. And then we dedicate for all those who died, in particular those who died from COVID-19, and in particular those who died in the past 49 days. So we dedicate, like Lama Zopa Rinpoche has been doing, May all these beings who have died never ever be reborn in the lower realms. May they be born instead in the Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if this is not possible, may they receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru, teaching the unmistaken path to enlightenment. And by following this holy guru and pleasing the guru's holy mind, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. So then we can dedicate to be used by sentient beings that we may be in their service. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. Oops. Here, let's dedicate to seal the merits with emptiness, that the merits not be destroyed by giving rise to heresy or anger on our own parts. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of our precious holy gurus. In particular, here we recite the verses for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but we can include all our precious holy gurus, thinking that may all of them be free from all obstacles to their long lives. May they all have good health. May there be no obstacles to them continuing to teach us and guide us for countless numbers of years to come. And may all of their holy wishes and various activities for the benefit of sentient beings flourish without the slightest obstacle. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to anyone who joined me on Zoom or on YouTube. And thank you to the Chenrezig Media Team. Amazing how they continue to support us in this practice. And hello to Venerable Carol.
Hi, Venerable Joan. How are you?
I'm good.
It's so nice to see you.
It's very nice to see you. Isn't there a long life puja today for Geshe-Thangtong Gyalpo? Is it not today?
March.
Oh, March. Okay. I think I got the notice so early that I was thinking it was something like today. Okay.
Time. No, I think I'd be.
Yeah, well, that's what I was surprised that you're here. You'd be a little bit busy.
Yeah. Oh, well. Everything going well there?
Well, we have again COVID here at Copan.
Oh,
it hasn't. What?
I'm sorry to hear that. Is it Omicron or is it a different?
We think it's probably Omicron because nobody's been very sick, just, kind of the coughs and cold and not feeling well kind of thing.
Yeah.
And people seem to be getting over it well. So it hit quite a few monks though, and it's just sort of spreading through our whole community. Yeah. Even the Westerners who are here, a few of them have gotten sick.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard it. Well, we had it. Our numbers are going down now, but it's very contagious. But like you say, it's not nearly as severe. So just hoping this is the last one. But
yeah. I hope our prayers are working and that really this, does come to an end.
I mean, the fact that it's come back, but in a much less severe way, says that something's working. So yeah.
Yes, I hope. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Good to see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this session of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon. And I'm Carol Jampachutso, and I'm based at Seychenling Center in San Francisco. So welcome. Want to thank Chenrezig Institute, everyone there who, keeps this prayer-a-thon going, all the monks and nuns who are leading sessions and supporting sessions, attending sessions, and all of you on YouTube and in the Zoom room, because without you, there would be no prayer-a-thon. So as Venerable Joan was saying, these are powerful, and it's good that we're doing this. So we can get started now. If I can find my, there we go. I'm going to share the screen so we can see the prayers. And before we start with the motivational prayer, let's just take a moment to set our motivation in our hearts. Sometimes we rush off and just start reading words, and they can lose their meaning. So just reflecting on this highest motivation, the motivation we aspire to, which is bodhicitta, the wish to attain enlightenment to benefit all sentient beings. And just beginning by thinking about how each of us wants to be free of suffering and have lasting happiness. We can all identify with that. I know I can. And then just remembering that this is the wish of every sentient being. We all want this. And it's very easy now we look around, there's so much suffering around us, so much suffering across the world, but even in our own communities with COVID, with, the effects of COVID. These are very difficult times, challenging times. And so we can really understand this kind of suffering, this pervasive suffering of this samsara, this cyclic existence. I'm just really wishing to be free of that. And the way to do that, of course, is through the path laid out by the Buddha. And then thinking that if I follow this path just for myself, then I leave every other being behind, my friends, my family, and all other beings. Just thinking, sometimes we think that we have no connection with people we don't know, with all of the beings in the world. But in fact, if we reflect on how we live, on everything we have, on what it takes to survive, water, these are all coming to us through the actions of other beings. Basically, they're kindnesses, because if there weren't beings there to be working to process food, to build water treatment plants, to lay pipes, to even fix what happens when our systems break down, we wouldn't have all of these basic needs. And on a much more basic level, the Buddha taught this interconnectedness, this interdependence. So just remembering this and thinking that my happiness is dependent on this good heart, this wishing to be of benefit, and And the best way I can serve beings is to really attain enlightenment for their benefit, to help them reach that same state, free from suffering, that state of lasting happiness. So just resting in that thought for a moment, remembering our interconnectedness, and then again, thinking about this bodhicitta motivation. May I attain enlightenment to benefit all sentient beings. So with this thought, let's read the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, before we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can do a little visualization. So just, again, bringing the mind to rest. And just letting it rest on the breath for a moment. And just mentally letting go of all the other concerns on the mind, so that your mind can be present. Just resting for a moment. You can just watch the breath coming in and then going out. You can check and make sure your body is relaxed. Make sure your shoulders are down and relaxed. Your neck, your jaw. Feel yourself very stable and planted on your chair, your cushion, so that the body can be relaxed. Stable, and the mind can become alert, present, aware of the breath, but not tightly, just resting. It's present. And for a moment, you can visualize yourself seated in a lovely green meadow with your friends and family to either side of you, and then stretching out in a big circle that extends out to the horizon. You can imagine all sentient beings in human form, everyone just seated there peacefully, comfortably. It's a very harmonious setting, no difficulties, no problems. And in the center of this large circle is Chenrezig, from the thousand arms, just beautifully brilliant white in color, just gazing out at all beings. This being, this Buddha of compassion, the wish to eliminate suffering. So just resting there for a moment. And as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, just imagine that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's body. And the light rays come to your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being. And begin filling your body with this energy of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. 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 Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. And as we continue reciting the Om Mani Padme Hum, we can use this practice, this time to purify the karma we've accumulated. It's by first remembering our refuge, which we did at the beginning with Refuge, prayer, and Bodhichitta, placing our trust, our conviction, stating our convictions, reminding ourselves of our conviction in the Buddhist teachings and this path to enlightenment. And then the next step to this purification is just generating regret for all the harm that we've done, thinking whether it was, negative thoughts, whether it was harsh speech, whether there were actions that caused harm to others or harm to ourselves as well. All these words, thoughts, and actions that cause harm generate regret. It's as though we've swallowed poison. We want to get it out of our bodies right now. So It's generating that kind of thought as we recite this mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And by reciting this mantra, this is a powerful act. These are powerful words given to us to recite. And just by reciting, this helps transform our minds, to help overcome, strong habits of negativity, habits of mind, the words, the speech, actions. So this is like an antidote to that poison. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. 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 And so when we do this practice of taking refuge, of generating regret, of reciting this mantra, we're basically invoking this energy of Chenrezig. So just imagine that your heart is becoming filled with this compassionate energy, this wish to relieve suffering, your suffering, the suffering of all beings. And this really is the way we transform our minds. This is how we progress along this path of the Buddha. Just moving away from habit, from mindlessness into mindful thoughts, mindful words, mindful actions. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So just thinking, just that you're completely filled with this energy, this compassion of Chenrezig, and make a determination to refrain from doing any harmful actions, from speaking in a harmful way, from thinking in harmful ways. Just even if it's just for the next 5 minutes, let's make a determination that it might be so. And then imagine that Chenrezig just emanates countless bodies comes to the crown of your head, melts into light, this white light, and enters your crown, completely filling your body with this compassionate energy, this radiant energy of compassion. And with this thought, let's recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. It's good to remember see this image of Thangtong Gyalpo as well. This is what Lama Zopa Rinpoche has told us. So you can also see it on Chenrezig Institute's screen. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this last repetition, just imagine that this prayer is being fulfilled. It's just by virtue of just the thought, the intention of all of us, all beings. This bodhicitta motivation to really reach the state of enlightenment for all beings. Just think that minds are transforming, that this compassionate energy is just filling our hearts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so now we can dedicate to seal the merits so that, at times when moments of anger arise, or thoughtlessness or selfishness or any negative motivations, that once we've dedicated the benefits of doing this practice, then it's like putting them in the bank. It's like the merit is sealed to go for this purpose, because all of those negative actions, the harm that we create, one of the results is that we burn up a lot of our good merit. So that's why it's so important to dedicate. So just in our hearts thinking, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then thinking, this verse from Shantideva is so beautiful. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the next one. But anyway, may I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve the highest enlightenment. So His Holiness is often reciting this verse. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And then I'm running out of time, so just remembering that due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who are empty from their own side, may I, who am empty from my own side, attain the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone. And then just for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much for Venerable Tendrin. It's nice to see you.
Good morning.
So I ran over a minute. I'm a little bit slow this morning.
I'm always slow in the morning. So, okay. Thank you very much. See you next week.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. Bye-bye.
Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So thank you, Chenrezig, as always, for supporting us. Okay. So for those of us just joining, let's try to develop a strong bodhicitta motivation that we're doing these practices for the benefit of all sentient beings, help accumulate the merit in order to remove all obstacles to becoming enlightened ourselves so we can lead all sentient beings to a state beyond sorrow. We can feel
very happy that we are participating in a practice that our guru advises, showing up for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes that every Saturday we recite these prayers in the hopes of, or just the prayers that this pandemic ends with a long-term goal that all suffering will end. So really try to imagine. We don't really actually have to imagine. We are surrounded by sentient beings. So feel the presence of all the sentient beings on this planet, all the human beings, animal beings, insect beings. And imagine we're joined by all the beings of the 6 realms, gods, demigods, hell beings, hungry ghosts, all in the form of humans sitting here with us, all wishing to alleviate their suffering, wishing only to be happy. And yet here we are, unskillfully trying to find happiness. But due to our ignorance, ending up with creating the causes for suffering. So just like us, all these suffering sentient beings want happiness and freedom from suffering. And we can't do it on our own. We don't know what we're doing. So we need to turn to enlightened beings, to rely upon them for guidance, like fulfilling the advice of our teacher, doing this practice. So let's imagine that in the space in front of us, in front of all sentient beings, is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandalas. And on top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Ukanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left is in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light. And he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings, on faultless thrones, sits the Dharma, explained by them in the form of text, having the nature of light. So just have a sense of being in the presence of holy beings, enlightened beings, who look upon us only with love and compassion, who only wish to help us find the causes of suffering. We find the cause of suffering. That's not right. Cultivate the causes of happiness and eliminate the causes of suffering. Try to generate some confidence in the Buddha's teachings that because we all share Buddha nature, each and every one of us can cultivate the causes of happiness, eliminate the causes of suffering, help each other reach the state beyond sorrow. Now imagine all those in the refuge field dissolve into light, upwards into Shakyamuni Buddha. And Shakyamuni Buddha emanates countless old Buddhas abiding above the crown of our heads. So we're surrounded by suffering sentient beings with radiant, transparent Buddhas on the top of their heads. Shakyamuni Buddha radiates white light, filling our bodies through our crown of our head, purifying all the causes of suffering. And the Buddha radiates golden light, filling us with all the qualities, the perfected qualities that create the causes of only happiness. Dissolves into light, and he comes to abide at our heart chakra. Now imagine in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. He's youthful, radiant, covered in magnificent jewels. Also looking at us with nothing but love and compassion. He's the embodiment of the compassionate wisdom of all Buddhas, all enlightened beings. Here to help us say these prayers, engage in the enlightened activities of Chenrezig in order to benefit all suffering sentient beings, particularly those suffering from this pandemic, which is pretty much the whole world. So as we recite the mantra of great compassion, I never said refuge. I'm really slow this morning. Okay. So bring Shakyamuni Buddha back. Okay. So now we'll, create some speech karma of actually reciting the refuge prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll recite the mantra of Chenrezig, the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And we're doing this for all sentient beings. So really imagine all those sentient beings surrounding us, and in particular, all those that you're particularly concerned for, that you have a karmic connection with. So we can visualize while we recite the mantra, rays of light coming from Chenrezig's heart. Radiating out to all sentient beings, bringing them exactly what is needed to alleviate their suffering. To bring them happiness, filling them with the causes of happiness. So try to bring to mind all those suffering in the various ways sentient beings suffer, but particularly from this illness, from the uncertainty of this illness, from those who are sick at this moment, those who are in the bardo who have passed away recently. We're saying these prayers for them. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Take a moment to rejoice in your efforts, the efforts of all sentient beings. Just think about all the kindnesses that have ever occurred in your life, that you've ever done, all the compassion and wisdom and generosity and patience and loving kindness, and all those same actions others around you have done, your parents, your siblings, your friends, your Dharma community. And then just rejoice that these things have been happening since beginningless time. It's the manifestation of our Buddha nature. And rejoice in all the actions taking place because of this pandemic, all the different ways sentient beings have been helping each other. The tireless hours, hospital rooms, small villages trying to reach everyone with vaccinations, oxygen tanks, whatever is needed, food. And there have always been these helpers, risking their own comforts, ignoring those comforts, only the desire to help. And rejoice in all the enlightened activities of holy beings. And rejoice that all these positive actions not only have happened in the past, not only are occurring in this moment, but we can be 100% certain will happen in the future. So all of these positive actions create the merit to remove all the obstacles to a state beyond sorrow. So we can use these merits, we can dedicate them to benefit others, to benefit all suffering sentient beings. So feel strongly that you're dedicating all your merits to be of benefit to others. In particular, we're trying to, in this pandemic, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Raha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just imagine how pleased Chenrezig is with us for saying these prayers for the benefit of all sentient beings, all suffering sentient beings. Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into each of us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the three times created by us and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. And remembering that all things are empty of inherent existence, that they do not exist the way they appear, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers more way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Good morning, Venerable Amy.
Good morning, Venerable Tendrin. Lovely to see you. It's always a bit of a boost for me to see you.
Me too. So take good care, have a great week, and stay healthy and safe.
Thank you. You as well. You as well.
Thanks, Patty.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much to Chenrezig Institute, Venerable Damcho, the people at Chenrezig Institute who are up in the middle of the night right now hosting us. So thank you so much. And thank you to all of you for joining. It's lovely to see all of you. Take a moment, please, to check your motivation, establishing a good motivation for this time, and really thinking about how, with the blessings of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who's really wanted us to do these practices, how this could disseminate to have an extremely positive effect on the planet and all the living beings. So really for the purpose of benefiting all of them, all living beings everywhere. May this also roll into our own practices to help us reach that fully awakened state so we can then be of the most benefit again to all living beings, like all the holy enlightened beings. So with that in mind, we will begin these practices. Always forget to get this on. Let's see, create this. Try that. So again, setting a good motivation. And I will share my screen for the Vajra armor practice. Thank you for bearing with me. And please let me know if there's anything you cannot see on the screen for those in the Zoom room. Please visualize in the space in front is this blue-black Vajrapani facing you. He's about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. Riding on a multi-headed donkey, he is surrounded by transcendental wisdom fire. And imagine out of all the pores of his body, thank you, Ross, for putting the practices on the Facebook live link. And out of all the pores of his body, imagine come all the signs of purification, whether it is Garudas, like this one right over here above his head, scorpions, black scorpions, iron pigs, all coming out of all the pores of his body, disseminating through the entire planet, chasing away COVID, any other pandemics, any imbalances, body and mind. And there are also those light rays, whatever light rays represent purification to you, are coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, heart, again, cleansing, washing all the imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om pema javari pe nembar shig naganen tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema javari pe nembar shig naganen tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema javari pe nembar shig naganen tayata sarva vedita Ana ana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema javari pe nembar shig naganen tayata sarva vedita. Ana ana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan entaya da sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. So imagine, please, this. And again, for those of you in the Facebook Live universe, Olivia, Janma, Sophie, just above in the chat is posted the links to these practices, so you could follow along if you'd like. And imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of us dissolves into emptiness. And imagine, as we just blessed our speech with this incredibly powerful mantra. So if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth, and as you continue your respiration, imagine your exhalation goes up your nose, continuing that purification. If you have something to drink, feel free to blow on the surface a few times. Again, with your blessed speech, from the blessed speech, and then take a few sips, feel the purification, feel it soaking into a molecular level through your entire body, cleansing, okay? And feel it also going through your mind as if your mind is touched, completely cleansing all negativities and delusions. Just feeling that purification from that blessed liquid. And from that wisdom, from the black Manjushri on the screen dissolving into emptiness, arises, from the dark black blue Vajrapani, arises black Manjushri. He is over top your crown, facing the same direction as you, about 6 inches in height. He holds a sword in his right hand to cut delusion. And in this case, in this manifestation, black and standing, he cuts disease, he eliminates and purifies disease. So imagine him over top your crown, and imagine a similar visualization to the last one of light rays coming out of all the pores of his body, going to the entire planet, cleansing it of COVID, and the light rays coming down through your crown, cleansing you of any imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om dazu juzu dur tasu dur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu dur tasu dur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu dur tasu dur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tasu juzu tur tasu tur miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. So imagine this black manjushri over top your crown slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. Feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, holy mind, and really feel that you've purified something. Here's our next prayer, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease from Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo. Let's read this motivation 3 times. Really feel in your heart this taking refuge. Who's really going to protect us? Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll be reciting the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, numerous times. Welcome, Eric. So nice to have you along with us. I miss seeing you. As much as you can gaze at this image of Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo, as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme As you do this, just feel your heart opening to compassion, to great compassion, really this strong wish that all beings, including ourselves, are free of suffering. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme, Om. The actual prayer we'll do 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harma graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harma graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. And if you're ever interested in joining us in the Zoom room, you can find that on my website at amymiller.com, and you can find the link there. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Our next prayer. For all of the violent places around the planet. This is the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. So whether it's a war-torn place, whether it's a violent ghetto, whether it's domestic abuse, may this pacify all of that. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and a flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, by the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. I'd really like to dedicate that as well to Ukraine, and may that de-escalate that situation with Russia immediately. May there be no invasion for those poor people. Here's our last prayer before the dedication. So for all of the poor places around the planet where people are starving and hungry, this is a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. Assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So our dedication prayers, I would so much like to dedicate. There's several people that I know that have passed away recently, and especially Alea, who was in southern France, a dear friend who's run our translator program years ago, who suffered greatly from her body in illnesses and things like that. And also Rowena Mayer, who was the director of our Santa Fe Center for many, many years, incredible mother to that center, who passed away just a few days ago. I'd like to dedicate to their well-being, to their quickly taking a precious human rebirth so they can get enlightened to benefit all living beings. For all the other beings on the planet who need additional healing, may they receive it immediately. And for those that are really stressed with illnesses and challenges to body and mind, to Joanne Lempson, Ross Lasley, Kathleen Raffat, Barb Hutton, Jean McGarvey, Trish Flaherty, and so many more numerous, and Geshe Tenley to have a full recovery, and many, many others on the planet. Thank you so much. And we're going to do our dedication prayers. I'd like to dedicate in that way, and for peace in all world systems instantly, and especially for the decrease and elimination of COVID on the planet and all other infections and pandemics. Please, let's dedicate. Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ge Gyurchik, Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Belwar Sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. All my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious, could we mute all the microphones? Sorry. By the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. Oops. Okay, sorry, let's just finish. One more minute. Sorry about that. Nope. Prayers back up. Sorry. Oh, what happened? There we go. Let's go to the emptiness one. Dedicating with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, whom completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. Whatever understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samanta Vajra as well. And lastly, for the long lives of our precious gurus, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you for joining. If you'd like to join us for meditation in an hour, please register at landofmedicinebuddha.org. Welcome, Venerable.
Oh, so Venerable Emmy, thank you. And have a good weekend, all of you.
You as well, and please be well, everyone. It's lovely to see all of you, and please stay well. Thank you so much.
Ok, thank you. Ok, ok, cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Io stavolta ne faccio una questione di onore, non spiego niente. Leggiamo il bellissimo testo e dedichiamo moltissimo. Le dediche tutto sommato sono la, come si può dire, la ciliegina sulla torta proprio, oppure il dessert dopo un buon pranzo, cioè la cosa più squisita sono le dediche. Quindi ora leggiamo la pratica, la meditiamo, senza che io mi sono proprio, ho promesso a me stessa, non spiego niente. Ok. Ecco qua. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio in particolare in una divinità meditativa, Buddha Avalokitesvara, rappresentazione della compassione vittoriosa e onnipervadente di tutti i Buddha. Lo immaginiamo come un essere di forma umana seduto a 2 metri di distanza da noi, nello spazio all'altezza della nostra fronte, corpo bianco luminosissimo, guarda noi e tutti gli altri esseri senzienti che prendono rifugio in lui e che sono tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti, tutti, non è che qualcuno prende rifugio, qualcuno no. Tutti questi esseri senzienti, animali, uccelli, pesci, umani, spiriti, dei, sono benedetti dalla compassione vittoriosa di Avalokitesvara. Dai pori del corpo di Avalokitesvara si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che entrano nei nostri corpi, ci purificano da tutto il karma negativo, da tutti i difetti mentali, da tutte le propensioni agli errori che producono sofferenza in noi e gli altri, e questa luce ci dona le qualità per percorrere velocemente il sentiero e ottenere velocemente anche noi lo stato di Buddha della compassione. Recitiamo il mantra di Buddha Avalokitesvara per connetterci in modo ancora più intenso. Ricordiamoci questa visualizzazione molto semplice: raggi di luce su di noi, su tutti gli esseri. E con la recitazione del mantra questa trasmissione di luce e benedizioni si rafforza. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora prendiamo rifugio anche in un'altra divinità meditativa in forma femminile, rappresenta la capacità di aiuto velocissimo e vincente di tutti i Buddha, nella forma di un essere di tipo umano come sembianze, però sappiamo bene che non sono esseri umani, sono tutti i Buddha rispetto a una certa loro qualità. Questa qualità in questo caso è quella dell'aiuto velocissimo, inaspettato, come si può dire, quando non si credeva che sarebbe stato possibile, c'è una parola ma non mi viene, però invece questo aiuto arriva e risolve i nostri problemi. Questa questa divinità meditativa in forma femminile è di colore verde, sempre nello spazio a 2 metri da noi, all'altezza della nostra fronte, ci guarda, ci sorride con grande amore e dal suo corpo si emanano innumerevoli raggi di luce per aiutare perfettamente tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti e anche noi. Entrano nei nostri corpi, questi raggi di luce ci donano tutto ciò che non credevamo mai di poter ottenere, tutto quello che è nelle nostre prospettive più ardite. Questa luce ci permette di avere le condizioni per praticare velocemente il sentiero e diventare velocemente Buddha. Recitiamo il mantra di questa divinità. Om tare ture soa, om tare ture soa, om tare ture soa. Om tare ture soa, 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 om tare tutare. Om tare ture soa. Gioiamo di questa pratica che abbiamo fatto, pensando che se il nostro desiderio, come doveva essere, è stato che questa pandemia si pacifichi completamente, sarà presto esaudito. Ora facciamo la dedica composta da un grande Mahasita per pacificare un'epidemia in un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya con successo. L'aveva pacificata con successo, quindi una preghiera di successo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattrizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dacchini dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora facciamo le dediche generali, che abbiamo detto sono come uno squisito dolce alla fine di un ottimo pasto. Cioè, senza dediche il pasto non sarebbe stato ottimo, senza dolce il pasto non sarebbe stato ottimo, ma sarebbe mancato qualcosa. Le dediche sono ciò che ci permette di mantenere puro il karma positivo che abbiamo creato con questa pratica. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta che non è ancora sorta sorgere, quella già sorta non declinare, ma accrescersi sempre più. Ora, per realizzare la vacuità, samsara e nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, mentre causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per capire il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo il quale questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Cioè il pensiero che samsara e nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca e l'altro pensiero che causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Per quanti esseri senzienti ci siano, possano essi velocemente essere liberati da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie senza eccezione degli esseri trasmigratori non verificarsi mai più. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajra. Tramite la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come mio diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana, come nostro, in inglese sbagliato, diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possa io non distogliermi mai, nemmeno per un secondo, dal sentiero puro che è altamente ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possa io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso, lo Santrapa, sempre Lama Tsongkhapa, che ha vissuto una vita eccellente, dotato di pura moralità, cuore coraggioso nel compiere le azioni estese del Bodhisattva e nell'impegnarsi nello yoga dei 2 stadi, la suprema trascendentale saggezza di beatitudine e vacuità non duale. come l'acqua, la terra, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa io sempre essere usufruito da tutti gli esseri senzienti proprio come vogliono loro, senza fare resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita. Possano gli esseri senzienti tenere me massimamente caro. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Finché tutti gli esseri senzienti non saranno liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri e come un albero che concede i frutti di tutto ciò che si vuole, soddisfacendo così le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, così come toccarmi o parlarmi, tutte le sofferenze possano essere istantaneamente pacificate e possa esserci felicità per sempre. A causa dei meriti passati, presenti e futuri, raccolti da me, dagli innumerevoli Buddha e dagli innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato. Possa io fare tutto ciò tutto da solo, essendo completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato. È importante che queste parole, che possono sembrare astruse, risuonino nella nostra mente. Buddha Sakyamuni ha ottenuto l'illuminazione perché ha realizzato la vacuità, emptiness, vedete? Vacuità vuol dire vacuità. Quindi prendiamo l'essenza di questo discorso che sembra complicato. Niente possiede esistenza a sé stante, tutto è sorgere dipendente, l'io che osserva i fenomeni è vuoto di esistenza a sé stante ed è solo sorgere dipendente. Meditiamo qualche minuto, questo è molto importante. Ora dedichiamo nello stesso modo in cui hanno dedicato i Buddha e i Bodhisattva del passato, dedico pienamente tutte queste virtù per essere in grado di addestrarmi proprio come l'eroe Manjusri che conosce la realtà e proprio come Samantabhadra. Dedico pienamente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica lodata come la migliore da tutti i vittoriosi che sono andati oltre nei 3 tempi per poter avere una condotta immacolata. Perché la via del Dharma del re Tsongkhapa possa fiorire, possano tutti i segni di ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni di sviluppo essere complete. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti, dei 3 tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso, lo Santrapa, cioè sempre Tsongkhapa, risplendere per sempre. Ora, a proposito di tutte queste, oggi finalmente era un mio desiderio da tantissime sessioni di poter leggere tutte le dediche, perché sono tutte meravigliose, sono un sogno, un sogno. Possiamo noi essere goduti da tutti gli esseri senzienti, possiamo noi dare loro tutti i nostri meriti e prendere su di noi tutte le loro sofferenze, possiamo noi percorrere lo stesso sentiero di tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva. È un bellissimo fantasy, e non è solo un fantasy, perché abbiamo la potenzialità nella mente di ottenere la perfetta illuminazione, e questa potenzialità prima o poi si sviluppa senza scampo, anche soltanto per il fatto di aver recitato questa pratica e queste dediche. Non c'è scampo, porteranno allo stato del perfetto risveglio tutti noi che la stiamo facendo, e prima o poi chiunque vi si imbatterà entrerà nel sentiero del perfetto risveglio. Ora, quello che voglio specificare è che qui ci sono molte dediche relative al grande guru, Lama Tsongkhapa, lo Santrapa. Ora, ci sono tanti grandi guru in tante scuole del buddismo, tibetano e non tibetano, e ognuno di questi in qualche modo è perfetto. Noi in particolare abbiamo il lignaggio di trasmissione di Lama Tsongkhapa, perché Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e Lama Zopa Rinpoche hanno ricevuto questo lignaggio e ce l'hanno trasmesso senza errori, in modo impeccabile. Quindi Lama Tsongkhapa, che è stato una manifestazione di Manjusri, il Buddha della saggezza, ed è stato anche una manifestazione di Avalokitesvara, il Buddha della compassione, ed è stato anche una manifestazione di Vajrapani, il Buddha del potere. Dicevamo quindi, Lama Tsongkhapa rappresenta la nostra possibilità di diventare illuminati attraverso la connessione con Lui. Ora, appunto per questo motivo, dedichiamo anche per la lunga vita delle manifestazioni di Buddha e di Lama Tsongkhapa, che sono viventi adesso nel mondo. Possiamo ascoltare le loro vive voci, li possiamo contattare. Prima del Covid potevamo andare ai loro insegnamenti, e quando sarà finito il Covid, a causa delle nostre preghiere, tra l'altro, potremo tornare ai loro insegnamenti dal vivo. È molto importante dedicare per la loro lunga vita, perché in ogni istante in cui queste emanazioni illuminate sono nel mondo, sono di beneficio a innumerevoli esseri senzienti, dalle formiche a noi esseri umani, agli spiriti, sono di immenso beneficio. Quindi noi preghiamo per la loro lunga vita, non perché semplicemente ci va di averceli vicini, non perché semplicemente corrispondiamo a un loro eventuale desiderio di evitare la morte. No, per niente. Preghiamo per la loro lunga vita perché siano di beneficio a infiniti esseri senzienti. Tu che sei il gioiello, ora per il Dalai Lama, tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del suo giogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Okay. Oh. Ciao, how are you?
How nice to see you.
Yeah, me too. So I didn't expect that.
Yeah, me either.
You are still in retreat?
No. 3 weeks out. Now I'm the 3rd week out in Bern. In Switzerland.
Okay. Thank you so much.
How are you?
Yeah, ciao carissima.
Stai bene?
Sì, I am in Terra House.
Yeah, in retreat.
It is isolation, which makes me possible to do many short retreats. And to practice a lot, even if it is not retreat, I can practice during the day, sadhana here, sadhana there. But I am also doing debate course. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, very, very heavy. Ciao.
Ciao.
Good practice, all of you. Good practice.
Ciao. Okay. Hello, everyone. I try to share my screen. Oh, I hope you see it. Okay. So as motivation, I thought to read something what Kandola was writing already almost 2 years ago when the COVID situation started. And actually we are still in this amazing situation. So I thought it's nice, it's good to read it again. Okay, so she made a request to Ugyen Rinpoche, the Guru Rinpoche. Ugyen Rinpoche, please help. Due to the karmic appearance of sentient beings in this degenerate bad time, the world is pervaded by a pandemic disease. We have fallen into a prison without shelter and without hope, isolated, without protection, and without an army. We cry out in despair. The epidemic has turned heaven and earth upside down. I ask the Buddhas of the 3 times to listen to me. I reveal openly that because sentient beings cling to a self, while the self does not exist, externally the elements are disturbed. I reveal openly that due to the hallucinated mind grasping at true existence, while true existence does not exist, beings are appropriated by the 3 poisons, ignorance, attachment, and hatred. I reveal openly that controlled by the black poisonous snake of self-conception, we act for our victory while pursuing the defeat of others. This hallucinated mind grasping to a self and true existence conceives samsara perfections as if they were a pure refuge. Suddenly the deadly epidemic comes, the graveyard of the maturation of actions and the samsara perfections like dirt and stones become devoid of happiness. The time has come for great affections and great compassions. The experience of ripening in accordance with causes and their effects is certain. The dependent relationship is undeceiving. In the objective and vibrant appearance, the sensory object that brings happiness is grasped with attachment and appropriated by sentient beings. But it is like a dream. Please bless me to see that I may see dependent arising and emptiness. Bless me so that I may see emptiness and dependent arising. After realizing that dependent arising does not exist intrinsically, bless me to see the reality of my mind. Controlled by the hallucinated mind that conceives the self that does not exist, the chronic sickness of selfishness that protects friends and eliminates enemies, destroys this and future lives in a continuum of suffering like the ripples of water. Not understanding that sentient beings are our mothers and their kindness, we act with ingratitude. This I reveal openly. She continued, but I thought now we start with a prayer. From the Vajra speech of Mahasita, Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. Now the motivation is actually taking refuge. So we can visualize in front of us Buddha, our Guru, if we have one, or His Holiness Dalai Lama, or whoever is inspiring you in a real peaceful way. We visualize Guru Buddha, that they merge together. They are one because now our holy beings, they act the actions of Buddha. They teach us, they show us the way, they try to support us. So we try to feel this connection or this support, this love coming from the Buddha, our Guru, like His Holiness Dalai Lama or Lama Zopa Rinpoche or any other holy being. And it depends upon ourselves, how much we can open our heart. They are like a sun shining, trying to support us. But it depends upon ourselves, how much we can open our heart to feel and to let in these rays of love, compassion, guidance, support. So with this motivation, we visualize all mother sentient beings, every sentient beings, not missing out even one. Also all the animals, all sentient beings, those close to us, even those we have difficulties, it doesn't matter. With all sentient beings, we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge with the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge with the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge with the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge with the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge with the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we visualize Chenrezig, His Holiness, who is actually Chenrezig. We visualize Chenrezig above on our crown. First a lotus, and then stands the thousand-armed Chenrezig. And Chenrezig sends light to our body, like a shower, cleaning all our negativities, all our sicknesses, fears, worries, all our difficulties, all problems and like sicknesses or even potential to become sick. Everything. Chenrezig completely purifies everything. First ourselves, and then rays of light goes out and purifies all sentient beings, everyone, like the sun. The rays of the sun shines to each and every sentient beings, completely purify all their sicknesses, all those who are infected and sick and have problems, all those who are in the hospital, and all those who, or whatever problem arises, whatever difficulty is, even eliminating also all the hunger and thirst and all the tension, also all the political tensions, everything. Chenrezig, with his compassion and his actions, really wanting to help, to support us, we visualize with strong faith that these rays of light purify completely everything, even the pollution on the earth, the climate change, pollution, everything completely. And we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om mani peme ummo, 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 mani peme ummo. Mani peme ummo, 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 mani peme ummo. So we think that really we could purify all our obstacles, hindrances that we face, or that our friends, family faces, that these, through the power of these prayers, that it really can help and purify, eliminate all these obstacles. And since, like Kandrola said, that everything has a cause, well, it's the law of the nature, that everything has a cause which brings a result. So also all these problems, what we are facing, are actually caused by ourselves, because we don't know what are the causes for happiness. So we really have to subdue our mind and try to develop virtuous activities and not harming any other sentient beings by body, speech, and mind. With our body, speech, and mind, really, that's why we have to train our mind, that we don't act spontaneously and harm other sentient beings, especially through our speech. That we really can remain subdued when somebody is attacking us or criticizing us or has a complete different opinion, that we can understand the other person, be compassionate, and listen also with open heart and open mind. So we request now Chenrezig to strengthen these qualities within us, that we are more calm, more peaceful, that we listen to others without right away judging, and that we can generate love and tolerance and patience towards all sentient beings. So we wish this again also for each and every other sentient beings, because we are all sick, we are all afflicted by these negative emotions. So we request Chenrezig to help, to support us, to give us strength to develop these positive virtuous factors, qualities within us. Oh, mani peve ummo, 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 mani peve. Oh, mani peve ummo, 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 mani peve ummo. Mani peve umo, 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 mani peve umo. Mani peve umo, 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 mani peve umo. Oh, mani peve umo, 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 mani peve umo. And we visualize this, that Chenrezig, who is also one with our Guru, dissolves into light and dissolves into us. That our mind becomes completely one with Chenrezig, like Dharmakaya. That we really can become, as soon as possible, exactly as Chenrezig, and have all the qualities like Chenrezig. And now we make the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we read it once more. We still have some time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we dedicate with some verses of the Sutta of the Golden Light. Through these virtuous actions, I shall always find the company of Buddhas, accomplishing virtue, the source of every excellence. I shall thoroughly renounce unwholesome deeds. May the creature of samsara's various realms be at peace without the misery of their worlds. And may beings who lack sense faculties or hold defective ones be endowed with powers complete. For beings feeble in body, afflicted with disease, and in all 10 directions devoid of defense, may they swiftly be free from their ailments, obtain perfect senses, strength, and good health. For those imperiled by threats and death from kings of thugs, tormented by numerous hundreds of afflictions, may these beings, wretched weak with sorrow, be free from hundreds of horrific fears. For those who are tortured, bound and beaten, distressed by passion or captured by delusion, may these beings, fearful, faced with sorrow, be freed from the shackles of bondage. May those who are beaten find freedom from beating. May those facing murder be endowed with life. May those who are feeble be without fear. May beings tortured by hunger, craving, and thirst immediately find a wealth of food and drink. May the blind see an abundance of forms. May the deaf hear captivating sounds. May the naked find plentiful attire, and the poor find mines of treasure. Through wealth of riches, grain, and jewels, may beings be endowed with serenity and joy. May no being face the pain of affliction. May all beings be attractive and handsome, endowed with exquisite, beautiful, auspicious forms. May every life be replete with infinite joy. And now we dedicate. I also like to dedicate with a verse by Shantideva. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. And the long life prayer for His Holiness Dalai Lama. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled, and please, please live long until samsara ends. And then the long life prayer for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the secure moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 jewels, saving of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And may the supreme jewel, Bodhichitta, that has not arisen, arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to these merits, due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. And may whatever virtue we have thus accumulated benefit the teachings and all migrating beings, and in particular, may it cause the essence of Venerable Losang Drapa's teachings shine forever. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Where are you?
Now in Bern, in the Lonku Center.
Okay.
With 21 taras.
Yes, I see.
Beautiful. Okay, I leave you. Have a nice session.
Okay, see you.
Ciao, ciao.
See you again, ciao. Au revoir. Et donc, maintenant, c'est notre tour. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir.
De faire...
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Voilà, on a repris le rythme habituel de nos semaines. La pandémie est toujours là, donc eh bien nous aussi. Voilà. Hein, donc on va continuer cette pratique. Alors je dois faire le partage d'écran comme d'habitude. Et qui n'est pas celui-là. Et bon, mais je vais finir par le retrouver. Voilà. Est-ce que vous l'avez à l'écran? Vous avez le texte à l'écran?
Non, toujours pas. On a que les icônes.
Alors, donc il faut que je retourne dans ce truc. Il va falloir que j'organise mon texte autrement, hein, parce que voilà, là vous l'avez. Hein.
Oui.
Voilà. Il faut vraiment que j'organise mon texte autrement pour éviter tous ces allers-retours. Donc, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, nous sommes toujours là avec cette motivation de faire cette pratique pour guérir le monde de cette pandémie qui continue de sévir. Et donc, nous suivons cela les conseils de notre guide Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Et effectivement, nous sommes tous à divers niveaux touchés par cette pandémie, soit que nous en avons subi les effets dans notre corps, certains ont pu être malades, soit que nous avons dû supporter les conséquences directes ou indirectes, hein, les désagréments, toutes ces mesures diversement acceptées par chacun sur le vaccin, sur les règles sanitaires, toutes ces choses-là, avec beaucoup d'animosité entre les personnes par rapport au bien fondé de tout cela, ceux qui sont d'accord pour quelque chose, ceux qui sont d'accord pour autre chose. Hein, il y a quand même une espèce en plus du virus qui circule, il y a une sorte de zizanie qui s'installe entre les personnes et qui rend les contacts un peu moins harmonieux. Et donc, de toute façon, si nous sommes dans l'inconfort par rapport à cette pandémie, c'est bien sûr que quelque part, nous avons contribué à en créer les causes, puisque rien n'arrive sans cause, et que si quelque chose se présente, c'est qu'il y avait une cause avant. Donc, ceci est inévitable. Si ça nous touche, c'est que nous avons fait quelque chose pour cela. Donc, il y a dans nos actes du passé quelques actes dont les conséquences sont les désagréments que nous pouvons éprouver du fait de la présence de cette pandémie. Que ce soit des agréments physiques, que ce soit des désagréments au niveau émotionnel, que ce soit des désagréments au niveau matériel. Hein. C'est des désagréments que nous ressentons, hein, et qui sont dus à la pandémie. Et la pandémie n'est que la cause apparente. Ces désagréments sont dus à nos actes du passé. Donc, même par rapport à cela, nous devons, même par rapport à tout ce qui se passe, par rapport aux mesures qui sont prises, qu'on peut partager ou pas partager, hein, et indépendamment des responsables apparents, des choses avec lesquelles nous pouvons être d'accord ou pas, la cause ultime du désagrément, ce sont nos actions du passé. Et donc, il ne faut pas l'oublier, et il faut au contraire s'en rappeler et les garder bien en mémoire, plutôt que de développer de l'animosité par rapport à ceci ou cela qui peut émerger dans cette situation et qui nous dérange. Parce qu'à chaque fois que nous allons laisser aller une certaine animosité, une certaine contrariété, voire de la colère et autre chose, eh bien c'est comme si on en remettait une couche pour plus tard. Donc, les faits sont là. Si ça nous dérange, et nous sommes tous bouddhistes convaincus, donc on peut le dire sans choquer personne, si ça nous dérange, c'est qu'on en a créé la cause, c'est notre faute. Et alors ça, nous devons avoir la patience d'accepter les conséquences de nos actes du passé. Et donc, c'est pour cette raison qu'avec cette motivation pure d'arrêter la pandémie, d'arrêter toutes ces souffrances pour nous-mêmes et pour les autres, on va donc invoquer Chenrezig par le biais de la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo pour faire cette pratique, pour dissiper cette ignorance qui a causé cette pandémie et cette ignorance qui entretient toutes ces négativités qui découlent de cette pandémie. Et un peu pour pacifier notre esprit, on commence par les 4 prières incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ça serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc maintenant nous nous tournons vers Chenrezig. Et donc nous visualisons sur le sommet de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres, dont le nombre est aussi infini que l'espace. Nous visualisons donc un lotus blanc et un disque de lune. Et sur ce lotus blanc et le disque de lune apparaît la syllabe Ri, blanche, qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig lui-même, tel que nous le voyons, est blanc, lumineux, et il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent un joyau qui exauce tous les souhaits. Les 2 autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est assis, ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, se trouve la syllabe Om, A, Ong. Et donc, en essence, il représente tous les refuges réunis. Et donc maintenant, nous devrions avoir la prière. J'espère que vous l'avez à l'écran. Donc la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo. Thangtong Gyalpo, qui était un sage tibétain, je crois, du XIIIe siècle, donc qui était un grand lama. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc, en ayant à l'esprit la présence de Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres, comme nous l'avons imaginé tout à l'heure, nous insistons, donc on va l'invoquer avec le mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Et maintenant, avec la prière proprement dite, puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Ibame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Om. Puissent les souffrances, puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Om. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Omani Pame, 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 Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Pame, Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Pame, Omani Pame, Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Pame, Omani Pame. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. 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 Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani mani padme Om 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 mani padme Mani padme Om 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 mani Mani padme Om 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 mani Om mani padme 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om mani padme 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 Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puis ce corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Et je crois qu'on est un peu pressé par le temps. Donc, par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Et donc, on va dire directement les dédicaces, puisque je crois que je me suis un peu attardé sur les mantras. Puisse le joyau suprême de la Bodhichitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce au mérite accumulé par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce au mérite des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, le Bouddha, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun, puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissais-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil, qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état, qui est lui-même entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et enfin, on ne saurait pas terminer sans les prières de longue vie. D'abord, celle de sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gangri rawe kawe chinkabdi pendang dewa manu jungwe Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team et celle de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu su chang chin chang gen yewe Tenzin Kyon Perwe Kunze Topo De Josu Kuele Me Chudu Padak So Dulce Untitled Chapter. Et voilà, j'ai réussi à terminer dans les temps. Et ma collègue Agatha est là, donc on va se dire au revoir e alla prossima fois. E quindi Agatha, buongiorno.
Buongiorno, ciao, grazie.
Ho finito il mio turno, adesso ti lascio
Sì.
fare le cose. Grazie.
Grazie a te, ciao.
Alors, je quitte et je...
Bene, buonasera a tutti, eccoci qua. Siamo in questo collegamento preziosissimo voluto dal Dalai Lama e dalla Lama Zopa. Io sono Agata Montevecchi e sono una monaca del centro Chamchul Choling del nord Italia, un centro fondato da Geshe Shetobden e inaugurato nel 1990 da Geshe Champa Gyatso. Iniziamo subito con la respirazione in 9 cicli per cercare di calmare corpo, parola e mente. E quindi chiudiamo la narice destra con la mano destra, inspiriamo 3 volte con la narice sinistra, e poi 3 volte con la narice destra e poi con entrambe le narici. E la visualizzazione è quella che quando entra di noi la luce, il respiro è sotto forma di luce bianca ed entra l'energia dei 4 elementi: terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, le realizzazioni e anche la chiara luce, pensiamo così. Quando il respiro esce, quando l'aria esce, pensiamo che è sotto forma di fumo nero ed escono tutte le nostre preoccupazioni, il karma negativo, le afflizioni, le sofferenze, il dolore, tutto quello che ci attanaglia in questo periodo, diciamo anche solo l'ostacolo ad avere consapevolezza in questo grande spazio che ci siamo regalati adesso, che è la pratica di Thangtong Gyalpo. Ok, cominciamo. Se non riuscite a stare con le gambe incrociate non importa, l'importante però è cercare di tenere la schiena molto dritta, così il prana fluisce in modo molto più facilmente. Ok? Cambiamo la narice. Adesso con entrambe le narici.
Bene, siamo qua perché abbiamo questo grande desiderio di voler aiutare il prossimo, di voler aiutare gli altri a evitare altre malattie e problemi legati alla malattia. E anche perché siamo tutti coinvolti. Ricordiamoci che questa è una proiezione del nostro karma, del nostro pensiero, per cui quello che possiamo fare è proprio quello di cercare di cambiare la mente ed avere consapevolezza che quello che possiamo fare in questo momento è assolutamente essere molto concentrati sul Dharma, proprio come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri. Mettiamo in pratica le grandi affermazioni dei grandi maestri, dei nostri guru, e cerchiamo di tenere a mente che comunque all'interno del nostro cuore, sopra un fiore di loto, c'è sempre il nostro Guru Radice che continua a essere in contatto, stretto contatto con noi, e quindi qualsiasi cosa succede siamo molto molto fortunati. Ecco, dobbiamo rigioire parecchie volte al giorno di questo fatto. Sentiamo una notizia, sentiamo l'altra, ok, d'accordo, però noi abbiamo il Dharma, non è poco. Noi abbiamo la preziosa collaborazione del campo dei meriti, dei maestri e del metodo molto importante che sviluppa un atteggiamento mentale giusto in questo momento. Ricordiamo prima di iniziare che la motivazione in questo momento è sicuramente la eliminazione della pandemia, ma anche scongiurare la guerra in Russia, perché è tutta una concatenazione di problemi enormi. Quindi cerchiamo di proiettare tanto amore, compassione ed alleviare la sofferenza degli altri. E ricordiamoci che il nostro obiettivo è quello di cercare di avere ben chiaro nella mente il sentimento di bodhicitta, quello che prevale nella nostra quotidianità è voler raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare gli altri, perché siamo comunque tutti collegati, facciamo parte di un'unica entità e quindi vogliamo prenderci cura di tutti quanti, nessuno escluso. L'amore e la compassione, come dice sempre il Dalai Lama, sono la priorità assoluta che un praticante dovrebbe avere. E poi stiamo bene noi, no? Che, sì, la motivazione è il motore che ci spinge ad agire. Quindi con una grande motivazione come questa, il nostro comportamento di conseguenza sarà molto positivo e ci renderà delle persone molto più felici. È una pratica, come ben sapete, che aiuta moltissimo a raggiungere questo scopo e a fare qualcosa di concreto subito per alleviare le sofferenze degli altri, è la pratica del Tonglen. Prendere su di noi le sofferenze, i problemi di tutti gli altri e regalare loro la felicità. Noi siamo nella forma umana, cerchiamo di visualizzarci nella forma umana e pensiamo che tutto intorno a noi ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami. Ci sono ci sono tutti gli esseri infernali che sono davanti a noi e soffrono tantissimo, gli spiriti assetati, gli spiriti affamati, gli animali che non solo si mangiano a vicenda, ma addirittura vengono sfruttati dall'uomo, gli umani che soffrono della nascita, malattia, morte, vecchiaia prima, la morte. Poi ci sono gli dei e i semidei. Questo per quanto riguarda la iconografia, no, buddista dei 6 reami, però pensiamo proprio a questa terra, a tutto quello che succede, no? Cerchiamo di avere una visione ampia della situazione mondiale, e questo è già un passo molto, molto utile, perché in effetti la sofferenza non manca. Ok, allora anche in questo caso cerchiamo di tenere la schiena dritta. Visualizziamo che prendiamo su di noi tutte le sofferenze e i problemi, le malattie, i dolori degli esseri senzienti. Se avete un tipo di malattia particolare, anche psicologica, no? Una preoccupazione, una persona che sta male, un figlio, un nipote, qualcuno che sta male, pensate che tutti soffrono di questa problematica. Questo aiuta molto a diminuire la preoccupazione del problema. Quindi visualizziamo che tutta la sofferenza sotto forma di fumo nero entra attraverso il nostro chakra del capo, entra dentro il canale centrale, e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera molto pesante, molto fastidiosa, molto pesante. Nel momento in cui l'energia della sofferenza sotto forma di fumo nero sfiora la palla, esplode in 1000 pezzi e tutti i frantumi spariscono nello spazio. Pensiamo così. La palla nera comunque rappresenta l'egoismo e l'attaccamento all'io. Quindi in questo momento abbiamo fatto sparire, dissolvere nello spazio infinito anche il nostro egoismo, il nostro attaccarsi all'io, perché pensiamo che sia veramente esistente da parte sua, lo etichettiamo come una realtà oggettiva a sé stante, ma non è così. Adesso è andato in 1000 pezzi, i frammenti della palla sono spariti, però se andiamo a cercarli non li troviamo, quindi meditiamo sulla vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività. Sorge una sensazione di gioia, perché siamo pervasi da un senso di liberazione, perché da una parte abbiamo eliminato l'io, abbiamo eliminato le sofferenze di tutti gli altri, e dall'altra abbiamo eliminato il nostro io. Quindi è la cosa più bella e importante che avremmo potuto fare, densa di significato. Quindi cerchiamo di sentire questa sensazione di leggerezza, di gioia. La gioia prende la forma di una luce bianchissima, purissima, che attraverso i pori della nostra pelle esce e va a inondare tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami che in questo modo vengono guariti e purificati e liberati proprio dalle loro sofferenze. Emaniamo questa luce in tutto l'universo. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore e esce e fa offerte a tutto il campo dei meriti, a Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, Dharmapala e protettori. Che sono molto compiaciuti, sono soddisfatti perché abbiamo fatto una pratica di grande significato. Ci rimandano l'energia energizzata che ci riempie completamente tutto il nostro corpo, parola e mente. Adesso visualizziamo Chenrezig di fronte a noi che dal suo capo emana un flusso di nettare bianco che entra dentro il nostro chakra del capo e purifica, riempie tutto il nostro corpo con la luce bianchissima. E in questo modo noi abbiamo purificato le 3 azioni non virtuose del corpo, come uccidere, rubare e usare un comportamento sessuale scorretto. Sentiamo la luce che ci pervade e il fatto che siamo stati purificati da questo comportamento non positivo e come antidoto opponente ci prefiggiamo di non sbagliare più, di non commettere ancora questo tipo di azione non virtuosa. Poi dalla sua gola esce un fascio di luce rossa che entra dentro la nostra gola, riempie tutto il nostro corpo di luce rossa e in questo modo vengono purificate le 4 azioni non virtuose della parola: mentire, calunniare, creare divisioni, usare parole offensive, parlare a vanvera o fare pettegolezzi. Dal suo cuore esce un fascio di luce blu che entra dentro il nostro cuore e riempie tutto il nostro corpo di luce blu e in questo modo vengono purificate le azioni non virtuose della mente, che sono provare brama, attaccamento, desiderio, provare malevolenza e cattiveria e sostenere visioni distorte. Poi simultaneamente dal suo corpo, parola e mente, dai 3 chakra escono i 3 fasci di luce bianca, rossa e blu ed entrano dentro di noi. Completamente fusi uno dentro l'altro, ci riempiamo di energia positiva. In questo modo siamo pronti, siamo contenitori adatti per leggere e dare energia alla pratica vera e propria di Thangtong Gyalpo. La parola del Vajra Mahasita, Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera i Sakya dalla malattia. Cerchiamo di continuare a sentire questa vibrazione di gioia e di beatitudine, perché abbiamo purificato il nostro corpo, parole e mente con la pratica del Tonglen, abbiamo ricevuto da Buddha Chenrezig l'energia di purificazione e di accesso alla pratica dell'amore attraverso il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Ecco, allora, con questa sensazione di gioia, di beatitudine e con tanto coraggio, perché a questo punto noi dobbiamo essere molto coraggiosi, dobbiamo cercare di essere convinti che adesso più che mai che siamo nella strada giusta e possiamo fare qualcosa di concreto veramente per aiutare tutti quanti, rimanendo fermi, senza entrare in dettaglio nelle situazioni. La cosa più importante in questo momento è rimanere consapevoli, avere mindfulness e proiettare un mondo migliore, diciamo così. È molto molto importante pensare che è tutto un sogno. Noi siamo sempre comunque solo, siamo dentro un sogno, la proiezione di una realtà che non è, che non è quella vera. Quindi con forza, determinazione, con l'aiuto anche del Dalai Lama, dei maestri che ci spingono sempre, no? A continuare con forza, coraggio, leggiamo questa pratica. Possano tutte le malattie caratteristiche, prima prendiamo rifugio, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore, potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte, appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, cause ed effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni. In particolare pensiamo agli infermieri, ai dottori, negli ospedali, nelle case di riposo, nei centri di salute mentale. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. A tutti i maestri insegnanti delle scuole che possono avere la giusta saggezza per insegnare etica e dare coraggio e forza a tutti gli studenti, ai praticanti perché possano non perdere mai sforzo entusiastico, a tutti i politici perché possano prendere delle decisioni per il bene di tutta la madre terra. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da Guru perfetta. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi ed ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'Eiro Manjushri, come Samanta Vajra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù come la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi, per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, il re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti, dei 3 tempi, di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio della felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi e sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina del vittorioso Magnonat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti e ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Mi raccomando, forza e coraggio. Adesso dobbiamo essere veramente concentrati sul Dharma e dare il massimo delle nostre possibilità per stare ogni giorno meglio e buona settimana. Ciao a tutti.
Grazie Agata, ciao.
Ciao Irene, ciao.
Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So I will try to do this silent recitation so that all of us can do meditation together. And some of you, if you like to do different meditations, Lamrim meditations, any topics also beneficial, or even the mantra, just meditate on the meaning of the mantra, the Om, the three bases of our own body, speech, and mind, which needed to purify, and the Om, that which also represent the resultant purified body, speech, and mind of the Chenrezig, which is our resultant, enlightenment, our enlightenment body, speech, and mind. So then Mani, the Bodhichitta, the precious money, the precious Bodhichitta, the altruistic attitude. Then Padme, the wisdom realizing emptiness, wisdom realizing emptiness of self, wisdom realizing emptiness of phenomena, so the emptiness. Then Hung, can also understand the unification of wisdom and method, or the unification of clear light and great bliss. Whom also can understand the generation and completion, stages of the path, that the actualizing the result of that, which is the absolute enlightenment of the Dharmakaya. So can meditate on emptiness, can meditate on bodhicitta, so like that. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Then now think, the body of myself and others, all other sentient beings, appear as the bodies of Arya Chenrezig. The resonance of the sound is the melody of 6 syllables, and the thoughts and conceptualizations are the expanses of great exalted wisdom. So from now on, on the basis of this practice, then we feel ourselves very blessed, also rest of the other sentient beings. And at least from our side, we remember that our body is not as ordinary, but it's like Chenrezig's body. Our speech are not ordinary speech, but then the sounds of the 6-syllable mantra. Then the thoughts are the exalted wisdom, which infused by great compassion. Then the Chenrezig, oneself, the Guru, Yidam, Dagadaginis, ever remain inseparable. Then on the basis of that, when we relate our body, speech, and mind with others, we bring immense blessing in others, to purify negativities and actualize the seed of the Buddha's qualities, inspiration in the virtues and practices. So now we go through the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. So all the preliminary practices that we have done, due to that correct conditions and causes that we accumulated, then this, the prayers that according with that expresses here, actualize accordingly. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings, that result from the karma and temporary condition, such as the harm of grass spirits, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So on the text, there's also the Tibetan text there. So I thought today maybe I would just read it since it's very short. So I would just read in Tibetan. So you can continue to do the meditation or visualizations. Manam gada nyambe simje tamje lama sangye rinpoche la gyabzu che. Manam gada nyambe simje tamje lama sangye rinpoche la gyabzu che. Manam gada nyambe simje tamje lama sangye rinpoche la gyabzu che. Sangye je dangin de nam la gyabzu che. Lama ye dama kande so la gyabzu che. Ramsen tong sala che ye go la gyabzu che. Sangye che dangin de nam la gyabzu che. Lama ye dam kando so la gyabzu che. Ramsen tong sa che ye go la gyabzu che. Sangye che dangin de nam la gyabzu che. Lama ye dama kande so la gyabzu che. Ramsen tong sa che ye go la gyabzu che. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Le dan le bo je le je ba ye, de da ne da jung be ce wa so. Sem je yi me de we ne na ma ge, je de kam so jung wa ma gyur ji. Che dara she me che be sa ja she, se ge je che la lu se me da je be. So zho ne je du nga chi nye ba, je de kam so chung wa ma gyur ji. Che da xin je ka na cu ba dara, ne je ming zama tu be ta che be. Nian je ba da da be rim so je, lu je gu la ne ba ma gyur ji. Ne be geri dong da ja ju dang, lo bro ye do sum ja chu ju dang. Che ja za je ne la so ba ye, lu je gu la ce wa ma ju ji. Lu sen de wa ma lu chu je be, jun xie chu be du nga chi nie ba. Ma lu xi xian dab dong den ba dang, ce le ne me de je den ba rai shu. Lama gun ju sum ye tu je dang, kan do che jong sum me nu tu dang. Len de lo wa me be den do wa je, mo wa mo lam tab se ru ba rai shu. So now we do the dedication from the FPMT prayer book, the standard dedication prayer. Chanjo Zenjo Rinpoche, Maje Panamaje Juroche, Jeba Nyamba Meba Ye, Kone Kondo Pevarai. Kare Rave Gove Shingamade, Penda Deva Male Jungvene. Chenrezig Jazo Ye Shabe Side Badu Denjuro Tony Nije Zundo Jube Lama Cheje Seje Kanje Dendug Chana Bemo Denzi Jazo La Sowa Debzo Shende Lundu Tubzu Janji Jangun Jawe Den Zijon Bebe Kunzu Dobo She Chozo Guwe Leme Turu Bai Daso Dije Gundo Shabden Now still the merit in emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merit collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existence from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existence from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existence from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side. To that state which is completely empty of existence from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existence from my own side. Chambe bawe jitra jemba dai gundo zambo de yang de shin de da gunje jesu dalu che jewa de ta tham je rabdu yo de so je be jawa tham je je ngo kang la chu do ma ba de da je je we zawa de gun ja Sambo Jeje Rabdo Mo Warai. Cheje Jabo Zonga Be Chezo Namba Pewala Jeje Sema Shiwa Dan Tunje Malu San Warai. Dada Shenje de Sumadan, Joye Sunye La Dene, Jawa Losan Traba Ye, Temba Yure Ba Yuru. So do the merit multiplying prayer. If you are using the textbook, it's on page 374. Chom den de jen jaba da jaba yang da ba zo be san je namba na ze we je jabo la cha za lo chanjo zenba jemo kondo sambo la cha za lo da ya da ben za de ya awa be da ni so ha doro za ya mo je so Tayada Om Benzadia Wabudanizo Modoro Doro Zaya Mujezo Tayada Om Benzadia Wabudanizo Omadoro Doro Zaya Mujezo Tayada Om Benzadia Wabudanizo Omodoro Doro Zaya Mujezo Tayada Om Benzadia Wabudanizo Omodoro Doro Zaya Mujezo Tayada Om Benzadia Awa Vedani Zoha Omoduru Duru Zaya Mujezoha Tayada Om Benzadia Awa Vedani Zo Omoduru Duru Zaya Mujezoha Chomdende Dejin Javada Jumba Yang Dava Zobe Sanje Menjela Binduya Veji Javola Chazel Chomdende Dejin Javada Jumba Yang Dava Zobe Sanje Mua Damolam Tamje Rabdu Debe Javola Chazel Mejo Zeje Jave Jela Vada Dende Loa Mebe Dembada Daje Lasan Dabe Tuduvaji Namda Mbe Nege Dujuro Eje Dembaji Den Kamzo Jambada Demba Nive Shindu Sawaye Denze Polo Shindu Demba Demba Yure Nebe Daji Jo Simje Neba Jineba Nyudo Nileta Doye Nene Maleba Dado Jungwa Me Baraijo Bedan Zowa Migebe Ishe Novo Bazamji Simje Rewa Kunzebe Samba Jijin Debe Daji Jo Nimon Dele Tsendele Nime Kunya Dele Ninze Dado Delebe Kunjo Zumje Daji Mime Zeve de Chenrezig Teme Jembe Ombo Jambe Yang Dubo Male Jumze Zavenda Kanche Jembe Zuje Zonga Ba Losan Tabe Shabla Soade Mime Zeve de Chenrezig Teme Jembe Ombo Jambe Dubo Male Jumze Zavenda Kanche Jembe Zuje Zonga Ba Losan Tabe Shabla Soade Mime Zeve de Chenrezig Teme Jembe Ombo Jambe Yang Dubo Male Jumze Zavenda Kanche Jembe Zuje Zonga Ba Lozan Tabe Shabla Soade Mime Zeve de Chenrezig Teme Jembe Ombo Jambe Yang Dubo Male Jumze Zavenda Kanche Jembe Zuje Zonga Ba Lozan Tabe Shabla Soade Mime Zeve de Chenrezig Teme Jembe Ombo Jambe Yang Dubo Male Jumze Zavenda Kanche Jembe Zuje Zonga Ba Lozan Tabe Shabla Soade So now just take a few moments to meditate on rejoicement. Just as I mentioned at the beginning, fulfilling Guru's wishes is one of the most powerful way to actualize purifications of karma, delusions, defilements, and most powerful way to accumulate virtues, accumulate merits, actualize path, actualize enlightenment. Is fulfilling Guru's wishes even for one moment. And participating in this Thangtong Gyalpo's practices, direct instruction from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, precious Guru. So therefore, without any doubt, how much purification that happens, within ourselves, and how much benefit that, able to offer to numberless sentient beings, in particular these southern world human beings who are in most difficult time, one of the most difficult time with this pandemic crisis. Our heart get blessed so that whatever Dharma we practice, all the practices become in realizations, you see. So just feel how fortunate, how wonderful to have such opportunity. What can ask more than this for meaning of life? Then also with that joyful feeling, then think that ever lifetime until actualize the resultant Guru within ourselves, may and rest of the sentient being, perfectly follow, devote to Guru, both in thoughts and actions. and not even in a single moment, to create a karma or displeasing the heart of the gurus. Okay, thank you very much.
There you go. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. So that was Lama Zopa. So it was nice to have, not Lama Zopa, Geshe Zopa. So we don't want to get those two confused. It's always nice to get the points of view of the learned ones to guide us along. So thank you very much for being here for these prayerathon sessions. And if I seem a little bit more twitchy on my cushion this evening, I do apologize. I sort of done something to my ankle and my knee, so that I'm trying to find a place that remains comfortable. So if I twitch a bit more than usual, so it's not that I'm trying to get away from it all, but it's just part of our samsaric existence, experiencing discomfort at times, and acknowledging that, trying to work the causes, or looking upon it like, as we always say, may all negative karma of certain beings ripen upon me, and may my merit ripen upon them. So so just sort of a little one there. So let's have a look who's here. Paul is with me. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. Who's with me at Chenrezig? It is Paul. Lovely to meet you, Paul. I don't know. Are you new to the team, or have I just not met you? Oh, there's the handover man as well. Hello. It's always nice. Hiya. It's great. I do apologize for everyone and who's on YouTube. I'm currently screened down again, so I need to get an update because it just didn't give me all the requests sometimes that were coming through. So if our regulars are out there, so. Thank you very much for joining us on YouTube. I know some of you seem to be doing way more sessions than I have a reputation to do. So welcome. Thank you very much for your support throughout the 24 hours. Okay, so if we take a moment and take a few deep breaths. Just reset our motivations. Why we're here? What are we trying to get from this session? It could be that we're seeking to just improve our practice by engaging in these practices and do it within a community setting. We may be here to support Rinpoche's wishes and the Sangha who's reciting these prayers to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes and to benefit Mother Sentient Beings. So your being here gives us that extra support and energy. So don't feel that your prayers do not matter, they do matter. It is just from why do the Sangha here recite these prayers? Because Rinpoche advised us as a community of ordained Sangha to recite these prayers for the benefit of others. We may be here because we have friends and family who have been affected by the pandemic, either being sick. There may also be other reasons why people are currently unwell, and we want them to get better. We may have friends and family who are about to enter the Vajra or already have entered the Vajra. We want them to have swift transitions and favorable rebirth. We may have friends and family who are experiencing hardships as a consequence of this pandemic, the global economics. the political tensions that seem to be growing around this world at the moment. If we think about Russia and Ukraine and how the world is going to respond to that. If we think about the territorial aspects around Asia, the expanse of the Chinese border into areas that are being claimed as ancient lands. We can also look in our own political systems where there may be increases in misinformation, corruption, lack of leadership. And within that, we have to find our own little way. It's very easy to look at the world and go like, crikey, what am I actually bothering about? If it's all coming down, why don't I just, why am I supposed to care? Because when the turmoil ends, we need people and beings with a clear mind, with a compassionate mind, to help pick up the pieces and look after those who got hurt along the way. And that can be physical hurt, there can be mental hurt, it can be spiritual hurt, financial. And we should do that with compassion. We do live in turbulent times. Only because we seem to be switching off the moral compass. It doesn't mean en masse, it does mean we need to switch off our own. What other beings do is their karma. What we do is our karma. And with that, we bear the consequences. It was His Holiness who emphasized the point that it's difficult to do the right thing when everyone else does the opposite. But that doesn't mean the right is wrong. Right remains right, no matter what everyone else does. So why should we lose our own merits, our positive, compassionate side? Why should we lose that, our humanity in this world? And that's really what we need to work on. If you want to change the world, it starts with us. We need to prepare our own moral ground. We need to prepare our own behavior patterns. We need to nourish it. And because we had one good day doesn't mean we don't carry on nurturing the good aspects. If we think about compassion, the one that we want to develop, bodhicitta, and all good virtues as a field of crops, and because we experienced a good crop this year, and maybe a bumper next year, doesn't mean we stop tendering to the fields and the soil and make sure that it's fertile to carry on bringing good harvest. Doesn't mean we stop looking around, what the outside does and how we can protect our crop from environmental factors. Ultimately, we all want to be happy, secure, not having to worry. You may prey on us for whatever gain. And likewise, other sentient beings do not wish to be made to feel insecure, belittled, harmed, kept in the place of suffering. Shantideva puts it nicely when he says, and I'm paraphrasing, I can't remember the exact quote, why is my happiness more important, than that of others? Should I only save myself and not the others? That's the contradiction if we just save ourselves for the sake of just saving ourselves. Where's the merit in that? If we know we can bring joy and happiness to other beings, then surely that in itself is reward, to see beings freed from suffering or have the suffering eased. See them smile, like a precious gift we give to friends and family who we know may have gone through struggles and would otherwise be unable to afford a certain gift that we can give them. But we give that freely because we know it's going to be used. And that maybe what we gave them makes their life so much easier and enjoyable. So why are material things much more important than actually wishing for beings to be limitlessly happy and free from suffering? So effectively, remembering that for those of us who follow the path and wish to benefit others, we're here to serve, to ease the suffering of other beings, to not just focus on our own liberation, but our path to liberation is through other beings who wish to be enlightened as well. So we can recite 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So how can we be of benefit to other beings? What can I possibly offer? I barely got the resources to stop the world hunger or to stop this. How can I stop earthquakes? And that's right, we may not be able in this position, this state we find ourselves in right now to be of ultimate benefit to others, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything. Little things matter. Acknowledging somebody else's suffering, still treating those beings, as beings rather than as something to be avoided. Probably one of the biggest changes in the medical profession was, I remember the days when Patients were referred to as, you know, the broken leg in bed 4, the pancreas in 7. People are not defined by their ailments. These are still beings who have feelings. And within all this, don't just wish to be treated as something, you know, like a disease, but acknowledging their humanity, their fears, their hopes. And just being acknowledged, like all of us. So if you think about the 3 levels of motivation who quite skillfully set up the plan. So if we wake up in the morning, we can recite those 3 levels. When we reach lunchtime, we can recite them again and look back. How did we fare in the morning? What went well? What can I improve on? Then we reset the clock for the afternoon. And then in the evening, before we go to bed, we can reflect. How was the afternoon? Have we managed to improve a few things? What can we do? The 3 levels of motivation start quite wisely. Today, meaning the here and now, while we are alive, as much as possible, to the very best of my ability, my skill, my training, my understanding, and my resources, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. The emphasis is really on the actions of body, speech, and mind. The motivation that we carry within our actions, our thoughts, and our words. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Can I offer somebody a seat on the bus who needs it more than I do? Can I hold the door open for someone who's coming laden with bags? Can I check on a neighbor who I know hasn't been well and haven't seen for days? Can I just smile at the disenfranchised being, of which there's so many right now around the world? Can I acknowledge their suffering without judgment? These are just little things we can do. Yet we often find them difficult because you may have to wait that little bit longer until somebody gets to the door that we try to hold open. Or we may not get the thank you that we were expecting. Our actions should not be driven by conditional circumstance, but purely to help other beings. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Developing compassion for all. Crikey. What, even Bob next door? He just threw his rubbish in my front garden yesterday. Why should I include him? Did you really throw the rubbish in your front garden? Is it really such a big deal? Did we egg him on? What were our contributing factors? And if we really had to act that way, what is he really trying to convey? Some hidden pain, some fear, some insecurities? Was Bob blind? Does he have a bad aim? Is there something we could have done to help Bob be more efficient? I very often just focus on those who have benefit to us those who support us, so who are those who support our views. We ignore the vast majority of which we have no connections, because they're not having giving us anything to admire them for. They have neither given us support nor have angered us. And then there are those few beings who seem to get under our skin. He annoys me. I don't like his attitude. Who does he think he is? We all can relate to those little aspects. We all have been there. But how much of that comes really from us? Why are we reacting so adversely to those beings? What is it we don't get? Are we that desperate for the respect that we think we are being owed? Is the other person they could be speaking harshly because they're in pain? Are we just hearing what we want to hear? Yet when we answer back, we're totally entitled to speak exactly the same way the other person would have done to us. But that's different, because that comes from us. So we need to bring our own house in order. So the Bible, it says, we cross-reference, he's without sin, throw the first stone. We all have our flaws, we all have made mistakes. We haven't always been acting in the best interest of other beings, or even in our own interest, to take care of ourselves, doing things we know that are harmful to us. So what we need to do, we need to level out, not to be too attached to those who massage our ego, are never disagreeing with us, and not be offended by those who actually challenge us, our thinking, our way of acting. So it is said, I think again, it's through Shantideva, that that we should cherish our enemy because they tend to test us more and challenge us more than the ones that we love and our friends. Wouldn't really want to upset us in any form or shape. So just through having an opponent that we can challenge our own understanding, our own motivations, and our own behaviors. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, our Guru, in the aspect of Chenrezig, and if you had the correct initiations, then please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front, above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone joining us who's uncomfortable with visualizing deities in any form or shape, just visualize a clear light that is filled with love and compassion for all sentient beings. And again, when we say all, we mean all. That includes even those we usually do not wish to engage with. But then if you think about it, why don't we want to engage with them? Because of our own fears, insecurities, and opinions and wrong views. So again, that's something that we need to work on. It's not their fault that we have wrong views and opinions that may be unfounded. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And with each light beam, one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings is found across the 6 realms and across the universe. These beings may be right next to us or at the furthest corners imaginable. Light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Removing all that karmic weight, the dirt and the grime, scrubbing away all those nasty stains, removing the residual smells, tastes, the crust from our eyes. Just being able to move freely again, to be refreshed again, rejuvenated, having clear faculties and senses, enjoying our true nature, our Buddha nature, our compassionate side. Enjoying the happiness that is free from suffering. And as we look around, we can see all mother sentient beings experiencing exactly the same. And despite our outside appearances, we are one. We are one family of beings who do not wish to suffer. And having realized that, we also realize that we have contributed to the suffering of others and our own through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. We regret this now. We make the pledge that from now on we engage in wholesome actions of body, speech, and mind that benefit other sentient beings. And if we're unable to benefit, at least let's not do any harm. We call upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. One more time. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, cleansing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions, revealing more and more of our true nature, Buddha nature. Atom by atom, we begin to glow. We're being filled with that compassionate light until our bodies are filled and can hold no more. We radiate light back to the Guru and other mother sentient beings, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and others. We all become one, with the Guru and one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion, shining brightly for those who are still lost in the darkness of samsaric existence, so that they may find their way out. And act like a searchlight for those who aimlessly wander, so that we can go and enter the darkness and guide them to safety. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And because we wish to benefit all other sentient beings across the 6 realms, may we start the, before we recite the Mani Mantras, may we recite the, actually we have the time, we can do 1 mala of Manis per realm. Yeah, we do that. So we start with the introduction. These are the prayers to the Sublime Chenrezig, a prayer Thangtong Gyalpo remembered from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kapo, and he recited this particular prayer for 60 years whilst doing long days between the ages of 20 and 80. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yudam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, or who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. So now we start with the individual realms, and this is just a reminder, you know, what the triggers are for us to, if we're not careful, how we end up in particular realms. And we can see quite clearly these aspects in their own lives, but we tend to focus more on the aspects of other people, other people's lives, because it's easier to see the flaw in others than look at ourselves. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of this time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. No mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and darkness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Money, 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 money. Oh, money, bed, money, money, bed, money, 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 money. Oh, money, bed, money, 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 money. Oh, money, bed, money, 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 money. Oh, money, bed, me home, oh, money, bed, me home, oh, money, bed, me home, oh, money, bed, me home. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So just having reiterated, the aspects of karma as we did by acknowledging the actions of our own body, speech, and mind right at the beginning, and that we're here to benefit mother sentient beings across the 6 realms, irrespective of who or what they are as beings. We see them only as beings who experience suffering. Irrespective of what realm they're in, suffering exists, samsara exists across the 6 realms. We wish all beings to be liberated from that suffering. So now we recite the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Yeah, we should be able to do 6 recitations. And again, we recite for the benefit of all mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. May our mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May all the sick be restored to good health. May cures be found for all the disease and pandemics. May all those who have entered the bardo, or already have entered the bardo, or about to enter the bardo, have swift transitions in favor of rebirth. May all those experiencing hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships of suffering and be reinstated in a state of happiness which is free from all suffering. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The son of whose names death are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as slams across bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The son of whose name is death are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of their kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the hearts of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the son of his names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of his names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the Son of His name, therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we pause here for a moment. So if you think about what we just did, we recited the prayers for each of the 6 realms, acknowledging that there are 6 realms. But now what we're doing, we're reciting one more time, and we ignore the definition of 6 realms. We just see sentient beings, no matter where they are, who they are, and what they are. So we're going on that basis. We only see beings who are suffering and who want to be freed from that suffering. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the Son of His name, therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements deprive the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we have, by reciting it, just like that, we've removed all the boundaries, anything that separates us from other beings. So we just see beings, and that's a good way forward to develop a more open-minded level of compassion to all beings without having set ourselves internal boundaries. So a quick look, 7 minutes, okay. Okay, so if we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our mother sentient beings, may all the sick be restored to good health. May all those who have entered the body or about to enter the body have favorable rebirth. May all obstacles be removed for sentient beings to achieve happiness. May they meet the Buddha Dharma in this lifetime and future lifetimes and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for making sure that the teachings are preserved by engaging in studies, giving teaching themselves, and carrying out translation works. And may our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and never be separated from the Dharma, and may we enjoy the company in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our brothers and sisters in the lay community who, through their kind actions, have given the time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and Dharma projects can flourish. May they never be separated from the Dharma, the community, and virtuous friends. And may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who have done so already. May achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the great kindness and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. And may all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May we count our blessings to be here and in human form so that we can listen to and access His teachings. and be inspired and guided by them. May we continue to do so in this and all future lifetimes. May His Holiness Auspicious be swiftly fulfilled, and may we soon be reunited with these people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom has tasked us with these prayers of prayerathon. By doing so, not only brought the international community of the IMI Sangha closer together, and therefore made sure that we have strong connections in this and all future lifetimes, but also by engaging us in practice to benefit mother-centered beings, has connected us with a wider community of those of you who join us so frequently on YouTube, Zoom, either live or as a recording later on. May Rinpoche's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we continue to be guided by his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world, may the Buddha Dharma achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kerwe jingam di pendan deva malu jowe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi sha pesite bodu thank you chi. Chu chang jin yan gen gewe ten zin kan pelwe kun zo do po te chuk song kewe leg mun tu du. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support of Prayerathon and all the wonderful Sangha who give their time so freely to make sure that we can recite the prayers for all mother sentient beings. Thank you very much to the wonderful people at Chenrezig Institute for keeping us on air week in, week out, air meaning YouTube and Zoom, making sure that there's always technical support available for every one of us. So thank you very much. And I see all our wonderful Spanish community has gathered. And oh, look, you must be cold, Begonia. You must be cold.
Que debe de tener frío, Bego.
Yes.
New glasses?
¿Son nuevas las gafas, Bego? Que
¿Eh?
si son nuevas tus gafas.
It's for the computer.
Yes, are they new? I don't
for to read, and this is for the computer.
You know, you're getting on a bit. I have to do this as well. You know, it's fine. I don't need reading glasses for my work here. Lovely to see you. Love to see everyone. Hello, Paloma. I think I've seen Fabio. Hello, Juan. Oh, lovely. Who's else? Who else is here? Let me just quickly say hello. Paul is here. Drama. Hello. And oh, wonderful. Lovely to see you all. Oh, it's such a wonderful. Did I see another Juan just tuning in?
Another Juan.
Oh, bless you all.
Everything is going well there? You're already in Leeds?
I'm in Leeds now. Yes. So I'm, as you can see, different background. That's now at home.
Yes,
I'm still tuning. I'm still tuning the surroundings.
Oh, no.
But no, it's interesting. I have to say, it's loads to do, but it's also very rewarding. So
Yes,
and that is something, I can't remember who said it, but I know it always reminds me, if it's too easy, where's the merit? And if we can do something with joy and it's not easy, then I think it's even better. So
okay.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy
Love you
your
all.
day.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Gracias, Dancho. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Bueno, pues un saludo a todos, a los venerables que estáis aquí y a los que estáis uniéndoos por YouTube, and especially Chenrezig Institute. Thank you for your help, and I hope all the merits that we are creative goes also directly for all of the people who is helping for this marathon of prayers, ¿no? Que agradezcamos a los compañeros de Chenrezig todo el esfuerzo que están haciendo para que podamos juntarnos y que los méritos también, por supuesto, claro que florecerán en ellos. Bueno, pues nada, hoy nos juntamos, ya veis que esta mañana hemos hecho novillos, aquí 2 de las presentes, por lo menos. Y es que tanto ella como yo teníamos cursos y bueno, pues todavía no tenemos esa capacidad de emanar diferentes cuerpos para hacer cosas, cosa que bueno, que sería muy práctico, pero no, todavía no lo tenemos. Entonces, nada, vamos a hacer ahora estas oraciones para los seres. Ya vemos que bueno, que esto va para largo y está bien, así vamos purificando nuestra mente, juntando, creando causas de felicidad, especialmente es una buena oportunidad para tomar conciencia de la actitud egocéntrica y determinarnos realmente a frenarla, a trabajar aplicando los oponentes y poder desarrollar pues, lo que tanto se necesita, el buen corazón, la bondad, la compasión, que es gracias a esa compasión del Buda, de nuestros maestros, pues que tenemos ahora las claves para una vida mucho más feliz y para liberarnos del sufrimiento. Si no hubiera sido por la compasión, la gran compasión increíble que generó el Buda, no habría alcanzado ese estado, y si no se mantuviera esa gran compasión en nuestros maestros, estaríamos perdidos sin su guía. Entonces, nada, vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio para asegurarnos de dar una buena dirección a la actividad que emprendemos, ¿vale? Y luego arrancamos. Venga. Recordemos que toda la felicidad que hemos experimentado en el pasado, la que experimentamos en el presente, la que experimentaremos hasta la iluminación, viene de los seres, es gracias a los demás, tanto a los seres cercanos, a los desconocidos, a los que nos agradan y a los que nos desagradan. Y esa felicidad viene gracias no solamente de los seres humanos, sino de todos y cada uno de los seres de los diferentes reinos de existencia. Que no solo directa o indirectamente contribuyen al bienestar tanto físico, mental, espiritual que experimentamos, sino que han sido también increíblemente bondadosos cuando hemos tenido esa relación tan cercana con ellos en otras vidas. Y todo lo que progresemos en el camino va a depender de ellos, lo hacemos en dependencia con los demás, por eso estamos como en deuda con los seres. Y la mejor forma de devolver, de zanjar esa deuda es pudiendo desarrollar ese buen corazón, esa mente altruista, desarrollando toda nuestra capacidad que nos permita alcanzar ese estado de pleno despertar y que podamos de esta forma ayudar a los seres, guiarles, inspirarles
para poder soltar todo aquello que ata al sufrimiento y crear y reconocer e inspirarles en las causas de la felicidad que desean. Y tenemos la ayuda de nuestros maestros que se manifiesta en el aspecto del gran compasivo, Buda Chenrezig. Sintamos esa energía del Buda de la compasión en el espacio frente a nosotros. Es uno con su santidad el Dalai Lama, es uno con Lama Zopa Rinpoche y con los diferentes maestros. Sentimos esa mirada cálida que tan pronto la sientes, tu corazón se apacigua. Y sabiendo además que nunca nos va a abandonar. Vida tras vida va a seguir buscando cómo rescatarnos, cómo guiarnos para sacarnos de este océano de la existencia aterradora, de la existencia cíclica. Entonces, tomamos también conciencia de los seres a nuestro alrededor. Recordemos el Padre, ya sea que esté en este mundo o en otros reinos de existencia, a nuestra derecha. Recordemos todo el beneficio, la bondad, el cariño que hemos recibido de Él, así como nuestros hermanos, y a la izquierda nuestra Madre. Todo lo que se ha esforzado por nosotros, todo lo que se ha sacrificado, toda la bondad recibida, y nuestras hermanas o mujeres de la familia a la izquierda. Por detrás aquellas personas con las que tenemos una relación más cercana, más fluida, y enfrente a aquellos con los que tenemos dificultades. De todos hemos recibido bondad. No podemos excluir a ningún ser de nuestra bodhichitta. Y si no podemos, vamos a lograr la iluminación gracias a todos y cada uno de los seres, que en estos momentos algunos están en estados muy desafortunados, muchos están en estados de terrible dolor y desesperación. Y otros, aunque están en los reinos superiores, totalmente bajo el control del karma y los engaños. Entonces, para poder liberar a los seres del sufrimiento tenemos que purificar nuestra mente, especialmente combatir la actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia que se aferra al yo. Y con las bendiciones de Guru Chenrezig, nuestro maestro, llevando a cabo esta práctica, podremos empezar a hacer tambalear esa estructura del egoísmo y de la ignorancia. Entonces recitamos las oraciones, esperar que las busques. Okay. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo,
desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, al recitar el mantra, visualizamos que desde Guru Chenrezig se irradia esa potente energía cálida, luminosa, compasiva. Es la naturaleza de esa luz, es la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría que se derrama sobre todos y cada uno de nosotros. Piensa especialmente en aquellos que están atravesando situaciones más difíciles, ya sea en este reino humano o en otros reinos de existencia. Y al dejarnos impregnar por la energía de la compasión y sabiduría de Chenrezig, va desplazando nuestros miedos, va desplazando nuestros engaños, va debilitando, haciendo que se elimine la actitud egocéntrica, la ignorancia, y va impregnándonos de la fuerza y de la alegría de la compasión. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra, dejándonos impregnar por la energía de la compasión y con ese, tomando como esa conciencia de debilitar todo lo que obstaculiza el que surja en nosotros la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría, que gracias a esta energía de Chenrezig va desplazando toda nuestra ignorancia y todos esos obstáculos para que se manifieste nuestra naturaleza pura. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Sentimos que todo nuestro ser está limpio, cristalino, pletórico de esta luz de la energía compasiva de Guru Chenrezig, que ha desplazado todos los oscurecimientos y negatividades. Y hacemos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres, espera que se me escapa, las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. La segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida como el carnicero, llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera y última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por los espíritus, las enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las tres joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda, con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión. Te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces, pensamos que Guru Chenrezig ha aceptado esta súplica y emana unas infinitas réplicas que llegan a todos y cada uno de los seres. Se absorbe en nosotros y en cada uno de los seres, disolviendo totalmente toda la negatividad, todos los oscurecimientos, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo. Y nos unificamos con la sagrada mente de Chenrezig. Que protegeremos para que sea continuamente, se extienda, se transmita a los seres con quien quiera que interactuemos. Y hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Drolma, ¿quieres por favor hacer una dedicación?
Que a través de estos méritos pueda todo el karma negativo que en lo colectivo y en lo individual hemos creado para vivir esta época de pandemias, de guerras, especialmente pueda detenerse este conflicto entre Rusia y Ucrania y puedan todos los desastres de los elementos, los fuegos, los temblores, todo pueda purificarse y puedan madurar todas las condiciones para que los centros puedan seguir, los centros, especialmente los de la FPMT, puedan seguir extendiendo el Dharma puro de la Capa y puedan llegar también todas las condiciones para que todos los monasterios, especialmente de Tonlin, puedan hacerlo.
Muy bien. Venerable Begoña.
Sí, pues yo voy a dedicar sobre todo para la Sangha, muy en particular, para los monasterios en India y toda la Sangha que vive en Occidente, la que vive en comunidad, que las comunidades sean pues muy fructíferas y que tengan todo lo que necesiten, y también para la Sangha que vivimos pues un poco salpicados por toda la geografía, ¿no? Y que estamos generalmente solos. Entonces, pues para que tengamos muchísima inspiración, enseñanzas y podamos continuar llevando una vida ética.
Fenomenal. Venerable Fabioski.
Pues yo dedico para que podamos ir muy pronto a las enseñanzas de nuestros maestros de forma presencial y los veamos cuanto antes.
Fenomenal. Y Juan, venerable Juan.
Te digo lo mismo que esta mañana.
Nice.
Para que para lo más importante, para que todos los seres alcancen la iluminación. Y especialmente para que vean que la iluminación está en las manos de cada ser. Están los budas, los maestros, todos, pero cada ser tiene que hacer las causas para alcanzarla. Especialmente quiero, entre todas las causas para conseguirlo, dedicarlo para que todos los seres descubran, incorporen en su mente la actitud de no dañar. No dañar en ninguna y en cualquier condición y situación. Se destruyen dañando todos los méritos y todas las causas y todo lo que es el camino hacia la iluminación. No es necesario ser un geshe, no es necesario ser gran inteligente para poder ver e incorporar en las mentes de cada uno la actitud de no dañar, para que se despierte esta actitud, para que pues dedique todos estos méritos y todas estas intenciones.
Fenomenal, muchísimas gracias. Pues eso, que se pueda despertar la preciosísima mente de la bodhichitta en todos y cada uno de los seres, que pueda aumentar más y más sin nunca degenerar y logremos ese estado del pleno despertar para poder conducir a todos los seres hacia ese estado. Recordemos también la importancia de seguir teniendo maestros compasivos, Mahayana, que nos guían entonces para sus largas vidas y que estén totalmente libres de obstáculos, que sus proyectos se puedan llevar a cabo para el beneficio de todos los seres y pronto podamos volver a reunirnos presencialmente con su Santidad Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, y que sigamos creando causas para que en todas nuestras vidas nosotros y todos los seres siempre volvamos a encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, recibamos sus instrucciones y llevando a cabo aquello que les complace, aplicando las enseñanzas, logremos rápidamente la iluminación. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del subyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Bueno, pues nada, muchas gracias a los que os habéis unido por Zoom y muchas gracias a los venerables aquí presentes. Y hola, Kumpen, hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fine. Y hello, Tendar, also.
Yeah, hello, dear Spanish brothers, sisters.
Hola, Tenda.
Kumpen also. Yes, very nice to see all you again. It's very nice to see you.
How are you? Take care, everybody. See you next week, no?
Yes. Oh, Paloma, you have a big, you have some health issues, so very sorry.
No, not big thing. It was, you know what, Tendar? This summer, when I was in Dorjepamo, I helped to clean a lot of things. And then, I really think I am very strong. And I am strong, but not as much as I think. I was carrying so many heavy things, really.
Yeah.
Myself and Palmo. And then, one of the nuns, the long one, right? And then after kind of 15 days, I start to feel something. And
yeah.
But no problem, not problem. Now it's kind of okay, but anyway, they call me, then I will see. But
yes.
Because of that carry things here and there, you know?
Yes, yeah. No, it's indeed, we forget that we become older and we have to more limitations, physical more limitations.
But we have to be Buddhas, then I think I'm stronger than I am.
Yeah, that's the thing. We practice so much and then slowly our mind becomes a little bit more, we want to take more on. And then, but the body has the other way around. So. More and more Tonglen, and then.
Vale, see you. Nice session. Okay.
Ciao. Good. Buenas noches, everyone. Hello, Kumpen. How are you doing?
Hello, Tender. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yeah. We still precious human rebirth. And we're still alive, and we still can create good merit, do a lot of prayers, and do pujas, and do a little bit study, and do a bit reading, and give a bit service here and there. Yeah,
yes.
I enjoy life.
Opportunity,
Yes, yeah. From early morning to evening. In general, I like it very much. Sometimes, of course, you have mental obstacles or. Not so very long ago, I think last year, one time someone accused you falsely, and then you think, oh God, I have. Then the past is not so nice, but it's very useful because you have to work on some things you have not worked on so well,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can practice. Anyway, then, of course, we had done so much luck that the Dharma is there. So I Googled Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. You know, you have so many teachings of Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and then I typed false accusations. So then you get advice very, you know, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, then yeah, I read some sutras, and then I overcame it all. And so now my mind is again very, you know, whatever people say. Yeah. Anyway, so but in general, life is very nice. So yeah. It's, and it's so useful to practice Dharma and turn the wheel of Dharma.
Much, yeah.
Yeah. And you? Any news?
I think no news.
No news.
Yeah.
No news
All
is good.
same.
It's good news. No news is good news.
Yes. Yes, sometimes it's good news.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being
Thank
again
you.
in service and doing this work for the whole
Thank
world.
you.
I'm I and Chenrezig. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you.
Yeah,
for
I do 2 slots, so let's see. And then I
Okay.
think Damcho is
Have a
then
nice
supposed to
session.
come. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I like to do more too than instead one. One is then I feel you have to do always
Yeah.
kind of the same. And when you have 2, you could spread a little bit, play a little bit more, do some extra
Yeah,
things.
more relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank
Enjoy.
you. Yes,
Thank you.
have a good, but it's morning for you, huh?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. Okay, ciao,
Thank
ciao.
you. Good evening.
Good. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whoever is with this prayerathon. Thank you so very much for being together, being connected, doing this practice prayers for the COVID situation in the world. I also would like this prayerathon to dedicate or have the motivation that maybe contribute to peace in the Ukrainian region. It's a bit tense there with army on the border, and yeah, anyway, it's not sure what will happen. So we hope that everyone who has power in this region will use their wisdom to its utter potential, that no any single person may be wounded or hurt by anything that will happen there. So may peace prevail also in this region. So I hope that this compassion practice, this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers has to do everything with compassion and reduce negative karma. So may we contribute to purification of all the karma from the people there, and that their wishes, whatever they wish for, like peace, protection, good health, may these prayers be fulfilled, and also light in their mind if they are depressed. So the COVID has a lot of consequences already in itself, economical consequences. So there's on this world a lot of people who have no work, have no income, very worried about next week, about next month, how they survive. So especially because there's not so many tourists, there's no trade, things are closed, so they have no income. Then many people have social problems, have emotional problems. Then many people are in hospital, they really have COVID, so may all they heal. Many people have died from the COVID the past weeks, so may they find what they are looking for. So we can start to visualize all the sentient beings of all the 10 directions around us. So in general, we visualize males on our right side and females on the left side, those who support us in our life, those who support our goals, those who are friendly to us and cooperative behind us, and those we have difficulty with. Sometimes maybe we might really feel anger towards them, or they create wars, they create obstacles, they do harm to our dear ones, or former dictators. When we read about them, like Hitler and Stalin and Mao Zedong, and those who are responsible for the death of millions, and yeah, have contributed to so much suffering for so many people. So we can visualize them in front of us. And so the text you can find if you follow this by YouTube or below the screen. There's a link towards the text, the Vajra speech of Mahasita, Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Shakti from Disease. So while we visualize all these sentient beings around us from all 10 directions, also animals, hell beings, and so forth, all in the form of humans. And we can visualize in front of us the Guru deity, so in the form of Chenrezig, but it's actually your Guru. So it's actually His Holiness the Dalai Lama or Lama Zopa Rinpoche or Kandrula or one of your teachers, because they are Chenrezig. So, but we visualize it in the tantric form with 4 arms or 1,000 arms. We can offer Chenrezig a throne out of kindness, out of respect, because we find their qualities so special. So Guru Chenrezig has in his heart a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. That's turning clockwise. From it, lots of rays of lights pervade all directions around. So to all sentient beings we visualize around us. So if you have an initiation yourself, you can visualize yourself as in Chenrezig. If you're not initiation, you visualize Chenrezig or in front of you or on top of your head and looking in the same direction as you do. So from this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, you can visualize Tibetan letters or you can visualize Western letters. Doesn't mind. So Om Mani Padme Hum, and then from these light rays, it goes light rays to all sentient beings. They touch them, and upon whatever they wish for, Buddha, the negative karma will be purified for whatever they wish for. So they look for company, may they find company. They make strong prayers that they may find company. If they look for peace, may they find peace. May they find financial resources. If they need that their wish, then they will get that. So we can strongly visualize that, dependent on the prayers people make, the wishes they make, Guru Chenrezig will help. So it touches them to some of their negative karma will be purified. So we try to contribute in this way to the welfare of all sentient beings. If they have a bad health, if they can find good health, healing. If they have no body, they are in the bardo, may they find good rebirth, the pure realm where there's teachings of the Buddha, where they can continue developing the mind, or again as a human, working out their karma, continue to develop their qualities like love, compassion, generosity, and wisdom. So the prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, starts with the motivation. We read 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So it's so fantastic. We can take refuge in Guru Buddha because they are holy beings, have no self-interest, so will never cheat us, will never disappoint us from their side. They are out of samsara, and they are working solely for the welfare of others, and especially for those who also ask and make prayers and do their best on their spiritual path. It's like a mother who has children and wants to benefit all of them, but those who listen and follow the instructions of mother in general are easier to help than those who just do whatever they like and listen, hear the instructions, go ear in, ear out. So it's the same with that the Buddha wants to work for all sentient beings as the most loving mother on the planet. So we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, so all the instructions how to be liberated and even become Buddha. and to the Sangha. So that strictly spoken, they are also out of samsara, and more widely spoken, they are the monks and nuns who have vows, they live in their vows, so they should not hurt other sentient beings. Then we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and the kinis. That makes us also very happy. There's many gurus on this planet. There's many yidams, and there's many dakinis who work solely for the benefit of others. So rejoicing that there's so many other sentient beings striving to benefit others. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So it is also, we take refuge in the pure side of ourselves. We have this potential to be completely altruistic, working for the welfare of other sentient beings. Although we still have clouds, we have still flaws, we have still ignorance in our minds, which leads to attachments and aversions. But we have this empty clarity of our own minds, and we take also refuge in that Dharmakaya. One time more, all sentient beings from others were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We do the mantra, Mani Padme Hum. So I turn this wheel, there's thousands of mantras in, I'm missing millions. I didn't count, but they say many, many. So I forget always how much zeros. But it's all meant to create a lot of virtue, good vibes in this world. So when we do this mantra, Mani Padme Hum, we visualize strongly that rays go to all the 6 realms, all the sentient beings around us, actually from all 10 directions, and touches all sentient beings. So we do a few together, and then I will play Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and later also another mantra. We'll go Mani Padme Hum on the background as inspiration, and feeling that teachers make the same prayers as we do. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So we go back to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. So we do it 3 times. One time we read together, and then we can also chant together the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 18,000 classes of interferers, the 300 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do it a few times, kind of chanting. May all the diseases that set up the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one time more, the last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had replaced inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Takinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we go to the 8 prayers. If you go open a new tab, and there's you Google 8 prayers to benefit the dead, FPMT, you will find the document, 8 prayers to benefit the dead. So there's 8 prayers, and the first one is the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samatha Vajra, the King of Prayers. So we do now the King of Prayers. If you together. I bow down to you, Thalarium and Yushi, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, or future. In the worlds of 10 directions, to all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom of Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst the host of Bodhisattvas, and I am confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you, with oceans of sound from the aspect of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas, celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights and sublime incense, I offer to you victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfume, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array, I offer to you victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, pale as the hearts, and profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I overlay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions. Absolute terror realizes here is still training of those beyond and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained to Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize Paranirvana. Please stay with us for eon numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wonders in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my fault, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddha stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you've gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the body tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives and all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of the Bodhisattva, I always act with error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures his awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May ease the suffering in lower realms and in many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of being showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose paths like mine, and with the body, words, and also mind, may you practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displeased, an excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, without pause or discouragement for eons to come. May I make extensive offerings to them. May you hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of the Bodhisattva, and practice ardently into all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating civilizations, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom of positive potential. On one atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair. So I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future alliance. And with the power of delusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in very inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those who quantly turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. I achieved the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination. As through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purify the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces as you perfect the power of the Bodhisattva practice. May purify an ocean of worlds, may free an ocean of beings, may clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may purify an ocean of activities, may fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may practice without discouragement of an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere. In order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as a skillful Samantabhadra with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions of pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of a new Sri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good. To perfect these practices without discouragement to pause on all future eons, may my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirth, free of harmful companions, will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they'll be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and return the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is a fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality as it is, just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest, the all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times. I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may go immediately to Supavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception, for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in the joyful land of the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received the prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I have accumulated, by offering this prayer with the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samatha Bhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest, the sublime, helping infinite wonders in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samatha Bhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. So if you have this document, 8 prayers to benefit the dead. One version, the next is prayer to be reborn in the land of bliss. In the other version, it's the 3rd prayer. You have to go a few pages down to page 25. It's a prayer to be reborn in the land of bliss. So this is especially for all those who lost their lives, be it from, especially of course, we do this for pandemic, but yeah, many people lose their lives for many reasons, cancer or other sicknesses. Or last week, quite some people in Africa lost their lives just because they run over each other after a football game. So people lost their lives because people walked over them and so forth. So yeah, there's many bardo beings who look for precious human rebirth. So yeah, may they all be reborn in the pure land if they cannot find a human body. May they continue their life. Every fearful bardo being, may they find a good rebirth. So prayer to be reborn in the land of bliss. I pray to Buddha Amitayas, teacher of gods and men. Your excellent activities give endless benefit to beings. Remembering you just once pushes away fear of the Lord of Death. Your mind always generates compassion towards beings like a mother towards her only son. Many times the good qualities of the Supreme Paradise, Devachan, were praised by Lord Buddha. By compassion's power and prayers to be born there, I will explain whatever I can. Blocked by thick ignorance of the points to be abandoned and obtained, the chances for beings to reach a higher life are killed by the weapon of anger. We are locked in samsara's prison, bound by the rope of desire, and carried away by the great river of karma into samsara's ocean. Adrift in suffering's waves of sickness and old age, swallowed by the sea monster's mouth of the ruthless Lord of Death, and buried under a load of unwanted sufferings, I am unprotected and moaning with depression. My mind aspires to witness a destitute person's only friend, the Savior Amitabha. You are accompanied by a great Bodhisattva, Lord Avalokiteshvara, and surrounded by a supreme entourage. Please don't forget your unwavering promise to benefit us, made for immeasurable eons by generating the Bodhisattva mind. By the power of that, I supplicate you respectfully to come here through the force of your miraculous powers and compassion, just like the King of Birds flies through the deity's path of the sky. By depending on the power of amassing the ocean-like two collections of virtue accumulated by myself and others throughout the 3 times, I pray Amitabha, that you, together with your 2 chief sons and your entourage, will stay close to me at the time of my death and protect me. Please, Buddha, may I see you directly along with your entourage. At that time, may a very strong faith in you arise in me. May there be no extreme pain at the time of death. Without forgetting, may I remember the object of my faith. And at the moment of death, may the 8 bodhisattvas come to me with their miraculous power and show me the exact path to travel to Devachan. Because of that, may I be born from a lotus into the precious pure land of Devachan with sharp faculties and among the Mahayana race of beings. As soon as I am born, may I retain everything previously learned about concentration, selfless bodhicitta, endless ability, confidence, and so forth. May I achieve immeasurable collections of good qualities. May Amitabha, his entourage, and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions have confidence in me, and may I receive the complete Mahayana teachings, understanding them exactly as intended. Through miraculous power, may I go unobstructed to the many Buddha fields, completing all the great Bodhisattva activities. Even though I take birth in the pure realms, may I be drawn by the great power of compassion to go without obstacles and through miraculous ability mainly into impure lands. May I teach Dharma to all beings exactly as fits each one's ability. Because of that, may I be able to establish them in the perfect pure path praised by the Buddhas. May I quickly complete all excellent activities and easily achieve Buddhahood for the sake of the vast numbers of beings. One day, when this life's activities are finished, may my mind become full of faith and compassion from being able to see you clearly, Amitabha, surrounded by an ocean of disciples. As soon as the appearances of the intermediate states come to me, may the 8 Bodhisattvas show me the unmistaken path. Because of that, may I be born into Devachan and then emanate into impure lands in order to save beings. Even though I may not always be able to achieve such a supreme state through all my lives, may I always achieve the basis of the perfect human form. May I strive at hearing, contemplating, and meditating upon the explanations and realizations of the Buddha's teachings. May I never be separated from the basis of human form, ornamented by the 7 qualities of the higher realms. In those lifetimes, may I always achieve the ability to remember all my previous existences with exact clarity. Throughout all my future lives, may I see samsaric existence as without essence. May I be attracted to the Nirvana's qualities. Because of that, through Buddha's excellent teachings on Vinaya, may I renounce the world and enter the monastic life. When I become a monk or nun, may I not commit any of the natural bad deeds or break even the slightest of Buddha's precepts. May I be just like Bhikshu Mitruppa understood, achieving great enlightenment by completely developing the heap of ethics. Also, throughout all my future lives, may I exactly understand the way for purely cleaning away the mental afflictions. Then may I achieve the excellent collections of recollecting everything without exception that I previously learned, including the branches of perfection and holding in mind the words and meanings of the Dharma. May I achieve the pure confidence to teach without obstacle to others I behold. Also, throughout all my lives, may I enter the samadhis called going courageously and so forth, and may I gain the flesh eye and so forth, and may I achieve the 5 clairvoyances, such as the miraculous ability to know faraway objects and so forth. May I never be separated from these abilities. Throughout all my future lives, may I achieve great wisdom, which makes me able, through my own power, to discriminate between the points of what should be developed and what should be abandoned. May I achieve clear wisdom, which is able to discriminate even the subtle details of the mental afflictions and of the pure virtues exactly as they are, not mixing them, but keeping them separate. May I achieve quick wisdom, which is able to determine without exception or lack of understanding wrong views and mental doubts as soon as they arise. May I achieve profound wisdom, which gives me access to the scriptures of Buddha's excellent speech, so that without becoming stuck, may I understand the unfathomable depth of meaning. In summary, with wisdom free from the faults of perverted wisdom, may I become just like Venerable Manjushri, with a skillful teacher's wisdom that keeps a clear understanding of the meanings of the Buddha's teachings and enables me to perfect all the Bodhisattva's transcendental activities. Like that, with wisdom that is great, clear, quick, and profound, may I take care of other fortunate ones with kindness, destroy wrong views, and please the knowledgeable through teaching, debating, and composing scriptures on the various branches of Buddha's teachings, becoming a completely perfected scholar. Throughout all my future lives, may I be free of holding thoughts that mainly cling to my own purposes, and may I stop all laziness and cowardlessness toward the great activities of the Bodhisattvas. Then may I become skillful in the Bodhisattvas mind which willingly takes on the purposes of others with a brave mind perfectly complete. By that, may I perfect all Bodhisattva's activities and become just like Venerable Avalokiteshvara. Also, throughout all my future lives, when working for the benefit of myself and others, may I subdue all demons, extremists, and opponents with wrong views through the skillful power that enables me to complete all the perfect Bodhisattva activities, becoming just like the Venerable Vajrapani. Throughout all my future lives, with effort that abandons all laziness, complete the Bodhisattva's activities, I first generate the Bodhisattva mind instantly and then not wavering from it. Through that great effort, may I find incomparable Buddhahood, becoming just like Buddha Shakyamuni. Throughout all my future lives, may I be able to overcome all sicknesses of body and mind and all obstacles to achieving enlightenment. May I become just like the Dasgan Medicine Buddha, just by mentioning whose name one is able to pacify all sufferings of body, speech, and mind. Also, throughout all my future lives, may I attain whatever length of life I wish for, becoming just like Buddha Amitayus. Even by saying his name, one is able to subdue all untimely death. When obstacles to life come near, please appear to me, Savior Amitayus, and through your 4 activities, tame your disciples, appearing to them clearly in whatever form is fitting. As soon as your form is seen, may all obstacles to life be extinguished without exception. When you appear in whatever form is fitting for your disciples, Savior Amitayus, may be able to recognize those forms as you, and may a faith that is not artificial and that is unshakably strong arise. Through the power of that faith, may we meet directly with you in the form of virtuous friends throughout all our lives, Buddha Amitayus, receiving direct teachings and never becoming separate. Throughout all my future lives, may I be held in the kindness of a fully qualified Mahayana virtuous teacher, the root of all ordinary and transcendent good qualities, and may that teacher become very happy with me. At that time also, through the power of a strong, unshakable faith toward my virtuous guide, may I only perform activities that please my teacher with all 3 doors of my body, speech, and mind. May not do anything that would cause my guide to become displeased for even an instant. Having pleased my virtuous friend, may every holy instruction be bestowed without leaving anything out, and may I diligently practice. Understanding whatever meanings are taught, may I strive to be able to accomplish them completely. May not become influenced for even an instant by misleading friends or non-virtuous teachers. Throughout all my lives, may I have reasoned faith in cause and effect, renunciation, the altruistic wish for enlightenment, pure fuel, and all knowledges entered into effortlessly experienced without break. Throughout all my future lives, may the roots of all virtues I perform through my body, speech, and mind serve to benefit others, becoming a cause for their pure enlightenment. A few minutes to go, so we can do the dedication prayers. So also link below the screen, you can find the dedication prayers. So page 9, I think, extensive dedication prayers. First, to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arise not decline, that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Next one is to realize emptiness. May the precious view of emptiness not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And to realize the 2 stages of Tantra. May the precious realization of the 2 stages not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and for His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. We do one time English and Tibetan, English, Tibetan. Incomparably kind and supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. gang le jung bim sa pe yi jin wun kadrin zum ne tan xin ya zum jo ku te tan ting tu te en ru shu. Saved from the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Chakna pe motan zin ya tu na sva depsom te de and for long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading one unit's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Jogsum kurvelek tutrum Vadak so dujigundu shantanchu. And for Lama Tsukaba to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsukaba acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losam Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And to be like Lama Tsukaba in all our future lives, glorious Guru, whatever your holy body, or retinue, lifespan, or realm, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. Then for peace and happiness to prevail in the world, especially, of course, at this moment in the Ukrainian region. So by the force of the praises and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed, and may the Dharma and good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. So may all the responsibles there in this region, especially in the region of Ukraine and also other regions where there's tension, may peace prevail, may the hearts of the responsibles, presidents and army, people from armies, etc., may they have wisdom, may the wisdom, compassion, and the love for sentient beings prevail. So anyway, we come close to the end of the session. So also would like to make strong prayers for all the monks and nuns, all the students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, from His Holiness, everyone who wants to practice sincere Dharma, may they all have the right circumstances, all the means, all the causes or conditions to get teachings, instructions, and all the conditions to realize the essence of the Dharma in their hearts. And especially for all the monks and nuns of the IMI and all the monastic institutions, for the success of the monastic institutions, for the places where Dharma is preserved, and then for all FPMT Dharma centers, for all the teachers, everyone who is active in these Dharma centers, directors, and then also for all sponsors, all the monks, nuns, individual monks and nuns, and for the sponsors of the monastic institutions and the IMI. So it's only possible to preserve Dharma on this planet due to the generosity of lay people, that some monks and nuns can make a revolution in their personal development. I spent a lot of time in doing prayers, studies, reflection, and service. So it's thanks to kindness of many, many people who support the Dharma on this planet. Anyway, I think enough. So thank you so much for being with us. I see Venerable Damche already smile with a big smile.
How can I not smile when I'm taking over from you, dear brother? How are you? Lovely to see you.
Wow, so you're with a nice background already. So every week it becomes nicer.
Do you know what? It's still work in progress, but it's so nice that you have, you know, a space where you can just dedicate, you know. So yeah.
So but, you have this apartment now, eh? You have an apartment not far away from
no, it's if I were to walk, I think it's about 20 minutes, but then it depends what time of day you want to cross certain areas, and then it's a 5-minute drive.
Okay.
So it's not that far. So it's great. It's yeah. There's a lot of stuff to learn, as you very well appreciate. But actually, it's I think the main thing is really getting used to new computer system, where's what, you know, the subsystems. And then once you get the idea of how you want to organize a program and what your time slots are, once you have the basics on that, the rest should fall into place quite easily, he says. But we soon find out. Yeah, we got Robina coming, Venerable Robina, in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, wow.
Yeah, she's just been in Switzerland, so it's going to be so that's you know, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
So just see whether I can get it just right.
Yeah,
but,
first
you know, but then that's pride, isn't it?
Yeah,
but no, it's
but there's also a good side of it. I mean, it's water and milk, they say. Like, what is your motivation? So if your motivation to be perfect, to serve as good as possible, then that's not wrong, you know.
I think it's always good if you have somebody, because she's such a compassionate person, you know, despite what sometimes people may pick up, you know, in a volume, you know what I mean? She's such a genuine soul. So I'm looking forward to that. It's also lovely to see that Ling Rinpoche is traveling again. He's in Singapore. So hopefully that means all our teachers will be soon back on the road, and we can really benefit, you know, from teachings on site. So that would be really, really nice. So let's see how it goes.
Good.
But no, lovely to see you. And I noticed I know you had the extra slots this morning, and I thought, I might get that one just before yours. And next thing I hear, you booked that one. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Actually, I like to do more 2 slots instead of 1 slot. It's just
you have more time.
You have more time, and you can do a little bit more diverse things. Yeah. So anyway, good luck. I'm very happy to see you, and that you're healthy and organized Dharma. So very, very rejoicing. So
that's why I say, hopefully, you know, I need to. Well, that's always the thing, you know. If you're fortunate enough to get into certain situations, then we should really, you know, relish the opportunity to make the most of it and accumulate the merit that we need and work on the things we still need to work on. So, no, thank you very much. And always lovely to see you.
See you next week, most likely.
Yeah, most certainly. Send my love to everyone, and thank you very much.
I will do.
All right.
Okay, ciao, Damche.
Bless. That's our dear brother and director, Venerable Tenda, director of the Institute of International Mahayana Institute, former director of Nalanda. So he's Nalanda Monastery, so he's taken a step back from that role, and it seems to be doing him really good. I mean, he's just really rejoicing in doing more practice, which is wonderful to see. And because he's if you let him, he's a little workhorse, and it's good to take it easy, and it's great to have him on board. So yes, thank you very much. So we got schedule-wise, you have me down for an hour, but I got an email from one of our dear Dharma sisters, Venerable Yeshi, and she asked whether she could do slot that starts in half an hour. So because of the time difference, I did say yes, but I'm not sure whether she in the message. So what I'm doing, I will be preparing just a half-hour slot or just under half an hour. So in case you're wondering why I suddenly stopped midterm, if Venerable Yeshe has signed up, then she will take over. But if, due to the time difference, alternative arrangements were already made, then I will just carry on. So there's no harm done. I just thought I'd let you know in case you're wondering why I suddenly sort of cut maybe an hour slot in half or stop halfway through. So thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to host us. So we're now on the last leg, so to speak. We've got about 2 hours left before about 2 hours, and before we finished yet another 24 hours of communal prayers. It's such a wonderful team effort, from all the people in the background have given their time so freely to make sure we're on air. And the ones we often forget to really, have to be on the ball. Our tech team, Chenrezig Institute, we don't see them very often on screen, so when we get an opportunity, we will always invite them to show their smiley faces. And of course, everyone who supports the tech team to make sure that we're here and share these prayers with you. And to everyone who's joining us week in, week out on such a regular basis. And I know that some of you spending a lot of time making sure that my dear Sangha brothers and sisters do not sit alone in their sessions, and you schedule that in throughout the 24 hours slot. So thank you very much for making sure that there's always one of you at least to support them. And I have difficulties at the moment with the second screen, but I think earlier we had some of our regulars, is it Amanda, Anna, and Ginny, and I think Francesco, were you there when I said I had a quick look? So anyway, if you're still listening in, thank you very much for your continued support, for being there, for all that wonderful energy you're sending us. Everyone who is following us who's not necessarily signed up on YouTube to make themselves visible, that's also perfectly all right. So, but yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for your wonderful, wonderful support and being there to help, create more merit for the benefit of our mother sentient beings. So there you go. So I talked a little too much. So as usual, I keep forgetting that I only had a short slot. So we got just 23 minutes left. So if we briefly bring back the focus to why we're here, what our motivation is. And we may be here because of COVID. We may be here because of concerns about global geopolitics. We may be here for other personal reasons and concerns and hoping to find an answer by being here. We may be here because we are following Rinpoche's advice and just enjoy meeting in communal prayers and what has become a real global online community. And it's not a cold environment, as I find. In fact, actually, I think with everyone's help in front and behind the cameras, and those of you who follow us on such a frequent basis, the atmosphere really is a warm and welcoming one. So thank you all for making that possible. So if you think about the 3 levels of motivation, so that we can benefit. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. Today, as much as possible, I will benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhichitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. So that's a great setup for the day. If you recite this in the morning, quick check at lunchtime, how the morning went. And again, remember today as much as possible, to the best of my ability, and given the conditions that I find myself in, and my resources and training. So it's okay to make a mistake. We learn from those mistakes and bring forward change. So we reset for the afternoon. Again, at the evening, we check again and look what we have done in the afternoon, how that compared with the morning. Where have we improved? Where can we work on a bit? So there's nothing to worry about. We're not intentionally tripping up. So our motivation is to be of benefit. And sometimes we may misread the situation. So then we just learn from that. So again, we recite for the benefit of all mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. So we just do one quick read through of the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, in which all the 6 realms are being addressed. And just a reminder to ourselves how important it is to have the right actions of body, speech, and mind. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence may I, like those of throughout all my existence may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the 6-syllable mantra or Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, or strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So if we take a moment here just to reflect on these verses. And because we also directed these prayers to Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, and the practice we do is very compassion focused and Chenrezig focused. May we now visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. Light radiating from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, either nearby, the furthest corners of the universe, and across the 6 realms. If you're following us from a different phase, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all. Anyone being uncomfortable with deity visualizations, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. Reflecting on the actions of our body and speech and mind that have caused so much pain, not just to ourselves and others, because of wrong view, our own fears and ignorance, sometimes pride. We can recognize that we wouldn't particularly enjoy being thought of negatively, spoken about negatively, or spoken to aggressively, being treated unfairly, violently. What we all wish for is to be respected and live long and healthy, happy lives, free from suffering and threat. And likewise, all mother sentient beings experiencing the same. None of us wants to go through stages of suffering in whatever form. The Guru's light enters those beings' heads through the crown of their heads, filling with love and compassion and cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, filling them with that love and compassion, cleansing away atom by atom all the karmic stains, tastes, smells, and grime, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, so much so that we begin to glow atom by atom and radiate light back to the Guru and all mother sentient beings, sharing in the bliss, sharing in the happiness, sharing the compassion, unconditionally. And as we rejoice in it, we know that other beings should rejoice in this bliss as well. It's for that reason that we invite all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call, and the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more, and we're being filled with more pure light, revealing more and more of our true nature. We all become one with the Buddha, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion for all, shining brightly, dispelling the darkness that comes with samsaric existence. Like a bright beacon, we guide those who are lost in the darkness of samsara to liberation, and act like a searchlight for those who are aimlessly wandering, so that we may step into the darkness to lead them into the light. So as we recite the Mahani mantra, remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form, but also in the holy aspect of the Guru. And in order to transform to the pure whole body, speech, and mind of the Gurus, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mahani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So we're reciting a few rounds. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults through the actions of body, speech, and mind that have caused suffering to other sentient beings and ourselves, having made the pledge to from now on engage in all some activities to benefit other sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and reciting many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state for at least the duration of these prayers. Maybe now recite the main prayer, the Thangtong Gyalpo one, liberating Sakya from disease, And we can do 3 recitations, and we recite 3 times, one for body, one for suffering of body, one for suffering of speech, suffering of mind, as they may apply within the individual realms. We think of all Mother Sentient beings as one, rather than just individual and try to build up barriers and boundaries. Just think of all sentient beings. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of God's business and the Buddhas not occur in the rounds of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the rounds of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Son of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interviewers, the 360 evil spirits of them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings that are due to disturbances of the four elements surviving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms across billions and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as storms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose name is therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, and dedications, and so to 52. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our mothers Indian beings. May all those who are sick be reinstated to good health. May cures be found for all epidemics and diseases. May all those who have entered the bardo or are about to enter the bardo have swift transition and be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships, be reinstated to a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for preserving the Dharma by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translations, and making the Dharma accessible to all those who seek it. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friend, and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we enjoy the company of this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our wonderful members of the lay community, who through their kindness have given their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and monasteries and charitable projects can flourish, and therefore preserving the Dharma in different ways. May they never be separated from the Sangha, virtuous friends, and may they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. In this and all future lifetimes, may they always live long and healthy. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the love and compassion and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate in particular to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May we continue to be guided by His wisdom and rejoice in the fact that we are alive and able to access His teachings here and now. And may we continue to receive His teachings and guidance in future lifetimes. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we see Him be reunited with His people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who is, through his great wisdom, has tasked us with these prayers to benefit Mother Sentient beings. And as part of prayerathon, he's brought together the international community of IMI Sangha much closer to ensure that connections are formed, which hopefully not just are limited to this lifetime, but will carry on to infinite lifetimes still to come. May we continue to benefit Mother Sentient beings and follow Rinpoche's advice. And may all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangrira weke wishingam di pendang deva malu chungwene Chenrezig Tangtong Gyalpo Yi Shapesi Badu thank you chi Jang Jing Yam Gan Gawe Pen Gan Belwe Kunzo Do Po Jokes on Gawe Lag to Drew Badak Sok Bilje Ganu Shapten Show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session and previous sessions. Thank you very much for supporting all the wonderful Sangha, giving the time so freely. Thank you to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. Thank you to Venerable Yeshi, who couldn't wait coming out of retreat to sign up straight away. I love that. I mean, usually, it's great, but when did you finish your retreat? Yesterday, didn't you?
Friday morning, actually.
Friday morning.
Friday morning. By the time we'd cleaned up and rejoiced and done teachings and prayers and that, I then got on late yesterday and of course realised it was a Saturday because I was really not into what the days were, and I went, oh no, prayerathon, there's the schedule. So yeah. Sorry, I'm here.
But you know what? But it's true. If you get into a certain pattern, you lose track of what day of the week it is, when you're not well. But it's also when we sometimes think about all the people in nursing homes. The way they differentiate the week is when you ask them, what's for tea today? Oh, fish, must be Friday. But it's sort of, that's the reminder. And because otherwise it can be really when you just sort of, not that you're just hanging around doing nothing. Retreats are intense enough. They're really interesting journeys to be on.
Very fortunate not to be doing nothing.
I was really chuffed, when I got your little email. It's like,
okay,
may I please? So it's lovely. Always lovely to see you, Venerable Yeshi. And I hope you had many realizations on retreat. At least planted the seeds for many realizations.
It was absolutely wonderful. So and it was
very, very sudden, a wonderful opportunity. And yes, it was absolutely wonderful.
You have to grab these opportunities where they arise, you know,
that's it. So,
I'm really happy for you. Venerable, I hand over to you. Otherwise, I'm taking up all your time. And you go like, what was that all about? I didn't get a prayer.
Okay.
Take care.
Have a
Much love.
rest
Bye-bye.
of your evening, late as it is. And I'll see you again soon. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, good morning from Chenrezig. Good evening to those following on YouTube, wherever you are. Good evening, good morning, good day. So this morning, just to reset our minds now. So I think a little bit today about, we talk about compassion a lot and developing, cultivating our compassion. And it seems that it's a very difficult thing to generate compassion for all beings just straight off the cuff. So I thought it might be good just to break it down a little bit and to understand that to develop, when we think about compassion, we think about the great beings of the world, you know, that have really, really mastered the art of compassion for all living beings. But for us, it's not quite, I speak for myself here, it's not quite that easy. So breaking it down, I think we need to firstly develop our loving kindness. It's kindness that develops and cultivates compassion. So we understand kindness as being friendly and caring and generous. It's benevolent and considerate. It's respectful, fair and affectionate. And we know what kindness feels like when we offer it and when we receive it, you know, that feeling that it brings. So we're well aware of that. But kindness knows with exquisite wisdom, you know, when it is appropriate to say or do something. And it's found in the small details, you know, that gentle word or softly supporting the elbow of somebody as you guide them across the street, you know, making a telephone call or remembering the little things that please someone. If we act in a kind way, it may seem that we are just putting others' happiness alone ahead of ours, but in practice, everyone benefits from kindness. It nourishes us in ways that we don't always acknowledge. So kindness is indispensable to the survival of beings. You know, from birth, we're dependent on the kindness of others for survival, for food, for shelter, for medicine, the list goes on. And many things can get in the way of kindness: insecurities, distractions, judgments. It's easy to be kind to the people we like and those who are kind to us. But we need to develop the capacity to be kind to those beyond our comfort zone. You know, be polite to someone who's rude or help someone who's unappreciative. Being kind to ourselves can also be tricky, you know. Developing kindness comes from recognizing that all beings want to be happy. And one way to strengthen our motivation is simply to reflect as often as we can on the benefits of kindness. The tiny moments of satisfaction that come from caring for someone else and from wanting them to be happy. Kindness is a powerful antidote to depression and low self-esteem because it takes us out of self-absorption and strengthens our connections with others. We can watch and learn from those who are kind and gradually stretch our own ability to be kind until it becomes a habit. So cultivating kindness is the most simple and straightforward way to developing compassion. So just keeping that in mind, we'll begin our prayers and practices as advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and we'll do the Vajra speech of Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo, the Blessed Prayer known as Liberating from Disease. And we'll start by the motivation there and reciting that together 3 times. Now I believe that if you're on Zoom, you probably have the text. If you're on YouTube, I think our very, very kind multimedia team placed a link in the comments. So please join with us and do it together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll recite the malas of Mani Padme Hum, mantra of compassion, mantra of Chenrezig. During this mantra, just visualize that you have Chenrezig in front of you or above you, or if you have the initiation as Chenrezig, but with rays of light streaming down to all sentient beings. Those rays of light are compassion. As we think of that, think of all the people that are suffering from COVID, or affected by COVID, and the friends, families, strangers, people that we're not close to, people that we have disturbed afflictions with, concerns, people affected by war, terrorism. But the people that also inflict that harm, they're people that need our compassion too. So generating that kindness, develop our compassion to all those sentient beings. We'll start together and then we'll continue silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.